Hey, I'm live. There we go. That took a little longer than expected. The old Mac Pro I use for streaming has a regular spinning hard disk in it, so I thought it would only take a minute to boot up because I'm naive and forgetful. And here we are, like 7 minutes later. So, but I'm here. I'm here. It's Steve. Welcome to another Mac84 live stream where we're going to continue our hopeful good progress on our Macintosh 2CX board that we have here. So, looks like anybody who was watching just dove off there. They saw my face and they're like, oh, not this guy again. I'm not sitting through another 8 hour live stream about recapping Macintosh capacitors on boards here. But anyone who wants to show up is welcome to. And Matt's here. Hello, Matt. So, last time, for those of you who didn't watch, what we did was we took out our Macintosh 2CX motherboard here. This may be the exact first motherboard that of the first Macintosh I ever used. And here's the bottom of it. Here's the top of it. We already removed some capacitors. Again, as a refresher, I did do an attempt to recap this board a few years ago. And I just used the through-hole capacitors that I had on hand. Now I have much better capacitors. Hey everybody! More people joining in. Great. So, so I tried to recap this a while back, and it did chime, but I got no video, because there is no onboard video on this computer. You have to use a new bus slot, and when I tried that, I didn't get anywhere. So, I think the problem is that either one of the capacitors was not correct, and then we came across this puzzling piece of technological whatever, and we'll try and let me try and focus this in for you guys so you could see what I am. Where's my cursor? You could see what I was dealing with. So what I will show you is switching to the microscope camera here for a second once I get this sorted. The problem I was having may be related to what you're about to see on your screen. And it may or may not be the cause of it, but essentially, this is a close-up of the printer port, which is right here on the board. And as you can see, I pulled the pins away, but they were actually touching each other, which might have caused the thing to not fully boot. Maybe it was just shorting it out or whatever. But those wires were indeed crossed, which could have given us some sort of a problem there. Now, I was going to desolder this entire connector off of the board. However, using my multimeter, I was not able to determine that anything was still crossed after I untangled those leads. So although that printer port won't work, I don't think we're going to run into any issues. If I put the capacitors back here, maybe it might fix the problem. Who knows? So yeah, that's something I'm going to be willing to try. I also noticed that potentially two of the capacitors may have been at the wrong voltage, 25 volts instead of 16. Now that shouldn't really make it make a difference here, but it may have. So who knows? So yeah, that was one of the problems that we encountered, and yeah, so we're gonna just try and continue here. We have 7 capacitors I've taken off the board. At this point, since we discovered this while this port here that was damaged while we were taking things apart, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put these 7 caps back on. Then we're going to try and power it up again and see if we get the same result. If we do, I'm going to continue to remove the rest of the capacitors from the board in hopes of doing that. So... Yes, it is on. We are live, as far as I'm aware of. So yeah, that's basically the gist of what we're going to be doing today. Let's see. Oops, wrong camera. I almost showed you the above camera when that's nothing too exciting to show you there. So yeah, so what I'm going to do first is get my capacitors ready here, and I believe last time I swapped out the soldering iron bit back to the old tip that we were using, which isn't the best, but it should be fine for our purposes. And I do have to order some more of those. So I did find the capacitors that I couldn't find before. They were hidden in the automatic document feeder of my printer. These are the small axial capacitors here. I only have a few of them, but that's exactly what I'll be needing for these barrel ones. That, I mean, they should be fine in theory, but you know what? If I'm going to recap this, I'm going to do it right. I might as well, just do it properly here. So, looks like we have all the capacitors that we'll be needing. I will put those... I'm running out of space here. Here's my little box. So I have a little box of electronics and capacitors and wires and all sorts of things. I have a USB port I have to solder onto my home stereo at one point because that broke off. But yeah, so we got some work ahead of us today. Oh, your first time catching me live. Well, thank you. Let's see how I pronounce this. Mingo Hagen. Is that it? I appreciate you making the effort. Don't worry if you can't catch the entire stream. All of these are saved on YouTube, and they're free to watch at any time. If you get bored, it's fun to look at them afterwards and skip through the boring parts. So that's what we'll be doing today. We'll be continuing our recapping work here. Awesome. Good. Sometimes I guess pronunciations pretty well, and sometimes it bombs horribly. So I'm glad that we're at that state. So... okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my phone in the charger. I'm going to set it on Do Not Disturb, so I am not disturbed, and at least not from my phone. And we're just going to set up some things here so we can resume our work here. So what I'm going to do is I have to clean up at least one of these solder pads here because we left it in sort of a bad shape last time. So I'm going to just be moving some of these things around here. Okay. And, yeah, so any of you have had a Macintosh 2CX or anything like that, they are very interesting little computers. They're more compact than the full-size Mac 2. And this was the first family computer that we had. So this machine is special to me. In fact, when I get this repaired, I want to invite my father over, and I want him to use it and see what... sort of things he remembers. It wasn't the first computer he ever used, but it was the first one he purchased for our home, and it was our family computer for a very long time. So it would be really fun to just see someone relive those memories and just just think about how they use the machine and such. And I'm betting that printer port may be repairable. It's not really too bad of shape. As long as nothing's touching each other for now, that should be okay. But I may be curious just to... It'll be a pain, but if I could bend those back in, maybe. Oh, we'll see, maybe. I don't know yet. Oh, you have a 2CI and a Quadro 700. Very nice. Yeah, the 2CI is very nice. It has onboard video. I do have a 2CI right below me, actually. In the last video, we took the power supply out of it to test this. Now, I do have the full power supply and everything for this. I just have boxes and stuff on the other side of the basement that it's probably hiding in. But it was worth it enough just to test the machine to determine that it needed some additional love to get this working. So, yeah, let's get down to it then. So I'm going to move this over here. We have a bad spot here. For those of you who are new, I try and use this little microscope camera. It is not the best camera in the world by far. Sometimes it gets in the way, so I do have to actually not use it. But what I will try and do is at least try and show you in one sense or another what I am doing. It's not as good as my friend Bruce can do from Branca's Creations, but he has a much better microscope, and he's been doing this for much far longer. But I at least try and give you an idea of what I'm doing. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to this microscope view. But first, I'm noticing some of the text I had in my streaming software is a bit off. So let me just fix that really quick, because I like everything to be nice and neat here. And we'll just add some text back in here. There we go. And there we go. We'll just move that over here. There we go, because people often ask me that. So, alright, so here's our microscope view. Not the best, but you'll work with this here. So, you could tell there was a capacitor here. We removed that capacitor, and it looks like there's some leakage here onto this part of the board. Now, thankfully, this part of the board, there's not really anything there. It's just this checkered pattern. And if you look at the bottom, there's really nothing there either. So, there's maybe like a... just a filler or whatever. But there's nothing, I don't believe, vitally important under this directly. Now here there is, in fact, if I flip the board over very carefully, you'll see. Actually, no, that is, I believe that's actually the backplane, like the recurring voltage or whatever goes through there. Because it does lead up to some of the slots here. But there's plenty of it, whereas if I were to cut away one of these squares somewhere, it would be fine. It wouldn't be so problematic. So let's put this board right side back up. And we'll get some action going here. Okay. Now, let me ask you, those in the chat, if you have some of these vintage Macs, do you use the original hard drives, or do you use something like a SCSI 2SD adapter? I personally love the SCSI 2SD adapter. It is something that I highly recommend anybody use, especially with these vintage Macs, because those SCSI hard drives are getting harder to find, and they're getting more problematic as each of the years go by, because old hard drives don't like to last as long as we would like them to, unfortunately. So, yeah. They are a bit expensive, about $60 to $70 or so, but I do feel that they are very, very much worth the effort, because those machines with those drives in them require a lot of attention, and it's very nice to have the ability to just put an operating system on an SD card, not worry about if the drive is dead or anything like that, and just, basically have a working machine. So, yeah, makes it a whole lot easier. Now, I love the sound of old hard drives and everything, don't get me wrong, but I do have a bunch of Macs that use the original hard drive, no problem, but I want to make sure all the data is off of those drives, and I usually I only have 2 SCSI 2SD adapters. I use one of those in a machine if I'm going to use it for a while. Hey, Lando, yes, it is a cold basement. That's why I'm sort of bundled up here with my Mac84 endorsed hoodie. I try to use the original hard drive, at least to see what's on them, but the ones I use regularly get a SCSI 2SD adapter, of which I only have one of right now. Oh, Dana, jeez. See, the cold is cutting off the circulation to my brain. Oh, boy. You're using an SD card as your hard drive for your Titanium iBook, or Titanium PowerBook. I always get that abbreviation mixed up, but Titanium PowerBook. Those are nice. I have one of the VGA models and one of the DVI models. Very cool. Okay, Dana. Hey, I've been chatting here, but just I've been here, but just chatting now. Hey, Dysfunctional Wombat or Aaron, whatever you'd like to be preferred talking to. I'll call Lando, and then I'll call Dysfunctional Wombat Dana. That's because none of the Mac84 crew is here to keep any tabs on me, so I'm sort of just floating around out there. And Bruce will come in at any moment and just tell me what I'm doing is wrong. So we're just waiting on that. That'll happen. Don't worry. I expect that to happen. Oh, what happened to my microscope here? What happened? A lousy thing. Yeah, sometimes I touch the wire and I guess it turns off there. That's new. Okay. That's a feature. That's a feature. That's definitely a feature. That's what I'm going to call it. Yes, everyone's slacking. All right, cool. So what I'm going to do is just take off the remaining solder from these pads. Hopefully nothing has leaked or anything like that. I'm going to turn on my soldering station here and get that heat up, whatever. Get that warm. How about that? Now I am going to use this little fan. That's just going to, once I wake up the machine it's connected to. Oh, I have to turn on the monitor it's connected to. There we go. So if you hear any hissing or anything in the microphone, which shouldn't really pick up too much of this because it is directional, I just don't want to breathe in those soldering fumes. It's not really good to do. So we'll be doing that. There is not a Vintage Mac Slack. I am part of the IIcx podcast Discord channel. That is something that you can join if you'd like. We just talk about mostly Macintosh stuff. I don't go there too often, I will admit. I am usually just hanging out, and I don't really have any notifications turned on unless you tag me or message me or something. I seldom use it, but it is a great community of people. I usually hang out in there after the podcast I'm on, which is the IIcx podcast. If you are familiar with that, you may not be. It's a podcast that myself and a few others are on. It's a video podcast rather, and we do a YouTube live stream of it every Thursday at 8 p.m., which is cool. So yeah, you are. Well, there you go. So if you know the podcast, you can click on the Discord link from any of those podcasts that we've run. The recent ones have an updated link there, and you'll be able to just join our Discord group. Kind of like Slack, but it's like a chat room. I always think of it like an IRC chat because that's my age range. Okay, so let's... Oh, we got ourselves tangled almost a little bit here. Let's make sure that our soldering iron is nice and shiny, which it is. And let's get some solder onto the end of it just to make things clean. Sweet. Okay, so what we're going to do is... I almost forgot the flux. Now, I have some old flux here. I need to order some new flux. You always want to put some flux here. This is not the best. It's what I have. But what I just want to do is agitate some of this solder here that's on these pads. That's good. And we'll just use our wick to get all of that off of these pads here. If I could find which side the beveled point is. There we go. So that got up all of that garbage. So, got most of that off there. Sometimes I have to put some extra heat on here because I do not want those pads to just come rip off. It'd be very bad. Alright, so it looks like we got most of it off. We still have some there. But you can see what the solder braid has done. This wick here has pulled off all of that solder just from what we did now, which is great. Okay. Okay, so that should help us here. So what I'm going to do now is I do have... Ooh, that toothbrush is dirty. Ooh. I do need to clean off that toothbrush if I'm going to be doing anything with it. I did have a little cup. Where'd that go? Little plasticine. Let's see. Where did it go? Where everything else went, out of my peripheral vision. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, there's my spare set of keys. I don't know why it's there, but it's fun to laugh at yourself because then at least somebody's laughing. Where did that go? So, I usually keep around these little... Oh, you know, it might be in here, or it might be in the other box where I just put all the capacitors in and place them by my feet. No, I don't see it there. Oh, here they are. They are right behind the camera. Okay, so these are just little, like, condiments cups you could get at a fast food restaurant or whatever. I usually put, like, the isopropyl alcohol in them, so it's nice and neat. I'm not constantly pouring it in and out of things or whatever. It is quite dusty. It doesn't really matter. So, I'm just going to pour a little bit in here. Just enough to wet whatever I'm doing in here, whether it's a toothbrush or a cotton ball or cotton buds or a Q-tip or whatever. So let's just get some of this gunk off of there. Not that I'm going to brush my teeth with this or anything. I would advise nobody to do that. But let's just clean off some of this gunk here. We have some of the old solder wick here, solder flux paste here. Just put that paper tissue in the trash Speaking of paper tissue, where is my patented toilet paper that I've been using? For this, not for anything else. Let's see. This is always the fun game of not soldering for a while and moving everything, and then looking for all of the things. Here we are. It's right behind the little monitor here. And looking for all the things that you have misplaced since then. But that's all just part of the fun, isn't it? So what are you guys up to this weekend? Any fun plans? You know, yesterday was Valentine's Day, so I wasn't streaming or anything. But this weekend is shaping up to be a good one. The day's almost over, but okay, so those pads look pretty clean. They're not the best here. I am going to again, where did I put that tool? Oh boy. Yeah, where's my little scalpel friend? I had it on this block, and I thought I kept everything there. I guess I didn't. How dare I misplace my scalpel? Because there was some gunk on that, around these pads here. And you just want to clean them off as much as you can. Here it is, right in front of me. So, what I'm just going to do, well, first I want to clean off this first, because speaking of gunk, it has gunk already on it from last time we were using it. Okay. Alright, so Mingo Hagen says, I was planning on trying to get a network card working in my Macintosh SE30 this weekend, but mostly work is getting in the way. Ah, yes. Yes, we all have great plans, and then the weekend comes, and you end up sleeping in, and you end up working on something, and you don't get done what you want to get done. It happens to all of us. Happens to all of us. Well, I hope you do find some time to get that Macintosh SE working. That would be nice, especially with that network card in there. I do not have an SE30. I do have a regular Macintosh SE. I'm hoping to get another Macintosh SE sometime soon. Unfortunately, I had a super drive enabled Macintosh SE, and I gave it away because it didn't really work last time I tried it. This was over 15 years ago. I mean, I still regret it, but hopefully I'll be able to get one back one of these days. I still have the email address of the guy I sold it to. I should message him and just say, hey, do you still have that computer? I know it was 15 years ago, but okay, so I actually need to go to a website which I love using, which is somehow not bookmarked on my machine, but we will fix that. And so my friend Bruce runs a YouTube channel, Brankus Creations, and he does a great he has a great website. He has a great website, and this website is called Recap a Mac, and I'll show you that website here. And what's nice is you go to resources. First off, here's his YouTube channel. So if you want to subscribe to that, it's Brankus Creations. This is how basically I learned to recap things. He just did a video on a Macintosh Color Classic, which is great. So you can see his adorable little cat sitting around there. But he does some cool upgrades to this Macintosh Color Classic. And then the reason I went to his website originally is actually he has resources here, and you click on the resources drop-down menu, and you see he has a bunch of Macintosh listed. Now, he does not have Macintosh 2CX, but the 2CI is very similar, and these are basically recapping guides. So essentially, what you can do is look at these machines here, look at the board, and see which capacitors have to go where, which is very, very helpful. So on this particular board, the layout is a little bit different, I'd say, because we have some different chips in different areas. Exactly, that's why I'm showing the site off, because not a lot of people know about it. So it's recapamac.com.au. So Bruce is located in Australia, and he does some recapping services, which are very, very cool. and he taught me a lot of what I know about recapping. So I really suggest you go to that site. In fact, I'm going to paste the URL into the YouTube chat. So for anyone who's too lazy to type on it, you can just take a look at that. And the link to his YouTube channel is on that website as well. But he has very great guides there that are complete with tons of information. Again, this is the Macintosh 2CI. I'm just going to look up. I'm going to get the window off the screen because I know what website I'm actually going to go to. I'm going to hide that for a second. You're just going to see... Oh, not that one. Hold on. I'm messing around with the wrong thing here. There we go. We're going to hide that for a second. And I'm just going to look up... oh, that's good. It works on 10.4 Fox. Excellent. And so I'm just going to look up here. Nope, we want the 2CX. I came across my own video. Oh, that's an old one. Yeah, that's October 12th, 2017. No, we won't be looking at that. Hopefully this isn't a thread of mine that I created. Good, it's not. Okay, so let me just check something. I just want to make sure the value of the capacitor here. Okay. I'm just researching something real quick. Let's see. IIcx. Okay, so yeah, they are the 16 ones. Oh, there are actually 9 of them. Huh. Interesting. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there. And yeah, that is to left of that. So interesting, on this other website, they are mentioning that the axial capacitors, having them replaced, usually resolves some of the soft power issues, which is nice to know. Yeah, so okay. So these, let me open this up here. So it looks like different from the Macintosh 2CI. Those are 10 UF and not... Yeah, anyway, alright, so I'll keep this up as a reference. I did draw on a piece of paper. Where did I put that? Here it is. I did draw in my own little diagram about which goes where. And yes, those are the 10 UF ones. Just use a pen here. Just cross off the 25 volts so we know what we got to do. Okay, great. So we should be all set up here. So let's put our first capacitor on the board. So let's get these windows out of the way. And we'll go back into our microscope mode here. Okay, so what I'm going to do... Ooh, this chair's a little wobbly. So this capacitor is a 47 microfarad 16 volt. So we have our little capacitors here. 16 volt 10 microfarad. No. This is... 47, yeah, so I have quite a bit left here, which is good. But let's see. Looks like there are 1 or 2 flying around in here. So we will use one of those. Just make sure the number matches as the number that I wrote on the back here. 476C. Yep, that's it. Okay. And oh, it's been a while. I believe the stripe indicates it's the stripe sided of the capacitor indicates the positive side, but because I do not want to screw this up, tantalum capacitors, positive stripe. Trust but verify. Not captions. Do-do-do. Yeah, I believe it's a positive stripe. Yes, it is. Oh, and I see confirmation in the chat as well. Yes, that's what I thought it was. Just wanted to make sure. Trust but verify. That's my new favorite saying, by the way. So, how about that? Okay, cool. So, what I'm going to do is put some flux here, because what we're going to do here is put this fresh cap on the board here, but we're just going to... The flux helps guide the solder to where it should be, and make sure that everything is going to connect itself as it should. So the plus symbol here will be, let's clean off our tweezers here, will be over here. Oopsie doodle. There we go. So the problem with these caps, not necessarily a big problem, but the solder pads are usually like just at the edges of this, so it makes it soldering a little bit difficult, because unless you, and I might have to do that with this one. I'll see if I get away with not doing it. Sometimes I'd have to solder the pads and then put the cap on and then heat everything up, but usually I just try and do it by itself. Well, let's just see how this goes here. So let's put some solder on our iron away from the board, so if it breaks we don't screw anything up here. I will have to move this camera and everything, just because I need to be able to see this. Otherwise we'll have a problem here. Actually, let's put the microscope. Where can I put this? There's usually not a flat area on the board, but that's where we want to look. Maybe. Yeah, I really need like an overhead mount for this type of thing, and a much better microscope that does not require constant fiddling. But alright, so what we're going to do is hopefully easily solder this right in place. Yeah, so that solder was not sticking. So let's just do this. Let's add solder to these pads here, and it won't look as neat and tidy, but at least we'll know everything is sticking to the pads where it should. Hey David, thank you for your shout out on your video the other day. For those of you who haven't been to David's YouTube channel, I suggest clicking on his little name there and bookmarking his channel. I have to watch more of his videos. I admittedly subscribe to a lot of things, and I don't get a chance to watch everything, of course, but I appreciate the shout out in your video you gave me the other day, so thank you. Okay, so let's try this again. I have done this many times before. I've just... yeah. Okay, so let's just clean things off here. I think this pad for a few years has, yeah, it's seen better days here. So just want to make sure what we put on there will get a good connection. Okay, we got a bit of a blob on there, but it's nothing crazy. And actually, I do want to move that over just a bit because, like I said, these capacitors sometimes are just as wide as the spot. That doesn't make it easy to solder them on. That looks neat and tidy, but almost a little too tidy. It's hard to tell if there's any solder on that little end there. So let me just touch that up. We have some dirt there. We'll just scrape that off. It's not too bad. It's not perfect here. This is my own personal machine. I'm not selling it or anything. Yes, it's always harder to solder with multiple cameras pointed at your face and an audience. But yes, in fact, I'm unhappy with how lopsided that sort of looks here. So just going to heat up one end. I think that's the best I'm going to get, at least for right now. We have more pressing matters to attend to. So let's move everything around here. I do some okay soldering work. It's not the best. I still have my recent purchase was a better soldering station, so that has helped me greatly. But yeah, we not perfect. The solder station I am using is a Yatua 878AD, and I'm probably pronouncing that severely incorrectly. They're about $50 on eBay. It's nothing too advanced, but it has a hot air gun and a soldering iron, and it doesn't seem like that bad of a deal. A few friends of mine have the exact same model, and they have not really had any issues with it. Again, nothing of the highest quality or anything like that, but it's much better than the soldering iron I had from Amazon, which I paid $20 or $15 for or whatever, which is was giving me a lot of problems. So I basically ditched that, and this thing is much better. The heat is much more consistent. I used the one from Amazon for a while, but the problem was the on-off switch and the heat dial would basically malfunction, so that was no good. So I couldn't rely on using that. So I was like, you know what, if I'm going to be doing these videos, and I've done like 15 of them recapping stuff or just going live and messing around, it's going to be worth it. So might as well. So we have some more capacitors here. We have 4 more in a row that are the same, I believe. Let's double check. Yes, so those are the same. Get some out of this bag here. So we have 2. I just need 2 more. Which end did I open here? Oh, there's one more loose in there. We can use that one. And yeah, I really should put a link in the video description of the tools I'm using, but I don't have any affiliated links or anything like that set up. Not that I need them or anything like that, but I just never thought to put the stuff that I have in there. But if you ask me about any of the tools I use, I'll be happy to mention where I got them from. Either go to Micro Center or eBay or a website like Amazon or something and get the tools that I need. Nothing too fancy, nothing too expensive. I'm pretty frugal, so yeah. Yes, my next expensive purchase will likely be a microscope. I thank all of my Patreon supporters because even though it's $1 here, $1 there, that all adds up. And this little microscope I got for all of $3 at a Goodwill many years ago, and it works to an extent. The biggest problem is obviously there's no optical looking through it. So what I have to do is instead position it. I have this second monitor here, and it basically lets me look at it as I'm streaming. And Greg has joined the gang. Hello, Greg. Eep. That wasn't a good eep. Let me try that again. Eep. There we go. That's a good one. When I do it good, I can hear the rabbits get scared on the other side of the basement. So I'm sorry. Sorry, bunnies. Don't want to scare you too much. Oh boy. All right. So there we go. We're getting sort of situated here. And that's the better thing about those better microscopes is you don't have to mess around with them as much. Okay, so and David, by the way, is having a good giveaway on his channel. So if you click on David's name, like I said before, go to his channel. He is giving away a USB Blue Yeti microphone, the same microphone I use for voiceovers and such. I stopped taking it downstairs because it fell once, and I thought I almost broke the darn thing. So I keep it upstairs, away from the hard concrete floors. And yeah, you should totally check out his channel. That's a very sweet giveaway item. Very, very nice. So let's get sorted here. So I'm going to flux this area. I'm going to put some, solder paste, blah, 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 blah. Since I can't speak tonight, since I had some trouble before, I want to just test one of these pads here. It's not a real eep unless it scares the eyes. I want to just make sure that these pads are clean here because this board is only a few years younger than I am. So it's getting past 30 years old at this point. So I want to make sure that all the gunk on these old traces is cleared off. So, and these pads, I always mix up saying pads and traces. You'll have to forgive my ignorant sounding there. I know the difference between them, but when there's a camera in your face and you're streaming and talking about things, very easy to get things mixed up. Anyway, want to make sure that everything looks nice and shiny here, so we can put some fresh solder on there. We do have one pad that unfortunately has shifted a little bit. It is quite secure in there. I do not think I'll have a problem with that, but I can try and do a trace repair, but I kind of don't want to because, yeah, we'll get to that when we get to that. Let's not count our chickens before they hatch here. So, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to attempt to do this like I normally would. So let's shift the board over. That's why I have everything on this wood piece of spare wood here. Makes it much easier to just move things around, especially with this camera on there. So let's put this into place. Now these solder pads here look to be in much better shape than that other one, so I should not have to worry too much here. What I'm going to actually do is already feeling rusty about this again. Put some flux right where those pads are. So when I put this cap down, not only does a flux help hold the cap down a little bit, but of course it directs the solder exactly to where we want it to go, which makes our lives a lot easier. Okay, so we're going to position that just where it's supposed to go here. And like I said, the goal for this stream, and we'll do some stuff beyond that once we're done, hopefully, if we have any success, is to just recap this row of capacitors here, because since we found that issue with the printer port, that might be what was causing the machine to chime but not boot up. Yes, we are not looking at exactly where I am because I nudged the camera. Silly me. Silly me. Yeah, this camera is a whole bundle of fun here, because as soon as I let it go, it just has a mind of its own. So, sorry about that. Thanks. Yeah, for those of you who you're like, hey, wait, can't see anything, just tell me in the chat. Usually I'm pretty good at responding to it. Unless I don't see it, then oops. All right, so let's get this started here. So we got a good bit of solder on here. Okay, that did make it. It's not straight, so I'm just gonna tempt fate here and nudge it. I nudge it too much. I think that does not look too bad at all. So there you go. Alright, so doing the same thing on the other side. Add a little bit more flux to the left just to make sure. that everything is going to be guided correctly towards that pin there. And we'll put some, clean off our tip there, put some fresh solder on this side there, and carefully the reason I'm leaving it so long is because I want to make sure that the solder actually gets under the pad there. These pads are so old, but it should be okay. Tantalum butter. Yes. 100% dairy-free tantalum butter. I have to catch up on Grudy's videos. I'm missing at least the one he posted today. Sorry about that, Grudy. We will get that sorted. Because after 8 hours of live streaming, I just want to watch videos and fall asleep on the couch. Not fall asleep at the content per se, but fall asleep at me being cozy on the couch. You know what I mean. You half-assed it. Oh, Grudy. Alright, so let's continue with our journey here. Once you get into the groove of it, this is not too bad. So let's put this down. Okay, that one went on very nicely, I must say. Try the same on this side. Again, want to make sure that that is actually connecting to that pad. And I believe, nope, it is not actually. Because if I tap it, it is moving. So we want to fix that. So much better. Yeah, so we do have a little bit more solder that's hanging off of there, but it has definitely connected. There is not, I don't believe, but it is a terminal program. I don't know if that makes it any easier. Obviously, you know, there's PowerPC and non-PowerPC terminal programs. I would email them on their website and be like, hey, you have a PowerPC version of this? Maybe, hopefully it's not too complicated, they could do that for you. I don't think it's too complicated of a piece of software. I'm just testing these. Yeah, some of these pads are... Now I'm just going to put a very light, like... I wouldn't even say a coating, just a hint of solder, especially on the outside of these pads here, just to help Okay, and I know you can't see them, so hold on. Whoa, the copper strands from the solder iron just flew out. Okay, there we go. It would make sense. I use an old Intel Mac Minis for the SCSI software. The word is smidge. Smidge, sure. Yeah, and this, again, this little light that's coming over here makes some of these things look horrible. It may not look as horrible in person, but okay. So, let's get our next capacitor here. And we're not using any go fast juice or any tricks or anything here. But we are taking our time. And hopefully everyone's enjoying the stream so far. Oops. Looks like our iron is not as clean as it wants to be. To pick up some solder, so let's try that again. What is going on? Nope. That's why I keep some of those Intel MacBooks handy, because with those machines, it's they're nice and portable. So maybe these tips are a little too hot for this iron's taste, but the tip of the iron was very brown for a second and did not like. There we go, much better. Okay, let's try this again. So let's put our capacitor, yep, exactly, whoopsie, where it needs to be here. It's not going to go 100% flat, but that's okay. We're just going to do the best we can. Okay, that didn't come out too bad. Again, I think this tip of the iron just not 100% happy today, but that's okay. We have a little bit too big of a solder bowl on here, but I can clean some of that up. I just want to ensure this heat gets where it's supposed to go. Yeah, so it is lopsided. I don't think it wants to go down. That's okay. I don't really want to break any of shift any of the pads too much that it becomes a problem. So that's okay for me. It doesn't have to be perfect. I did do I must say, on one of the LCs I recapped, Bruce gave me high compliments. And that was not the one I butchered, but the butchered one still worked. No, I definitely know Bruce by far. Yeah. But Bruce has much more experience than I do. And I'm very gracious for him to help me and give me tips, because I don't know what I'd be doing if I didn't. You plan to go live, huh? Well, honestly, it's easier to just sit back and watch than, than go live sometimes. So, okay, so let's get this one all situated here. Okay, that looked like it went on pretty well. Nope, we got some junk on our side. We'll clean that off. Those all look like they're making solid connections, so that's good. Hey, Jay! Welcome to the party, pal. We are recapping our Macintosh 2CX here. It's a decorative horn. Oh, yeah. It's, again, the way this... in fact, I could actually use the wick just a little bit to clean up that, because that is just a little bit crazy. That helps a little bit. There we go. It was. Alright, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4. All set. They are not going anywhere. So now we have to switch to our other capacitors. These are the other ones. I believe they're the 16 volt 10 microfarad. Yes, here they are. Don't have as many of these as the others, but we're going to open this little bag up and we're going to get 2 out of here. There we go. Perfect. I have a few things to do before I can sit and relax, so make this 3-hour plus stream, alright? Don't wish that, because then something will go wrong, and then this will have to be like a 3-hour stream. So, thanks, Jay. You jinxed it already. I'm just trying to sit here, do my streaming. And Jay's like, nope. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, you have to read and speak Jay, and then you understand his typos a bit better. Just like my typos. Fave new. Fave new. Fave new. Thou forgot thy flux. Thou was dumb and forgetful and lazy. Come on. Okay. Yes, the scope will be adjusted in 1 second. I'm not doing anything fancy here. I'm just cleaning something really quick. And what I actually have to do is find where the heck I put that wick. There it is. Because I don't want too much of this there. I'm just trying to add a little bit just to make this a little easier on myself. Just a little bit, that's all I need. Okay, alright, so we're going to move the scope here so you get, let's see. Oh, hey, Yannick, you're getting another motherboard for your Mac Color Classic. Well, what board are you getting? Is it just a Color Classic board? Or are you going to follow Bruce's video and do a Mystic upgrade? Those are pretty neat. Pretty neat. Okay. We demand perfection. Well, you ain't gonna get it here on Mac84. Sorry, I burst your bubble there. That's you want perfection, go to Bruce's channel. You want excitement, 8-hour-long live streams, and a butchered LC3 that works correctly? You got Mac84. Alright, so let's... Ah, nice, a 550. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, so... These capacitors do not have a plus symbol. where they should, but you can tell the rounded edges usually mean that's the positive mark there. So at least for these little capacitors here. So yeah, we should be okay. So anyway, let's put the iron down. I really need 3 hands. That's what I really need here. I am not affiliated with Walmart in any way. Let's just make that clear. Oh, nice. Already recapped 550 board. Well, that's perfect. Yes, the tantalums will let me know when I reverse them. They have a talking feature. And they go, hey, Steve, going the wrong way. And you're like, oh, thank you, Mr. Tantalum Capacitor. Then it explodes right in your face. These are much tinier than the other capacitors here. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, come on. Nope, that did not do what I wanted. Come on. Oh, my hands are not as steady as they should be. Well, it also doesn't help that this battery holder is just sitting there. And of course, this is a capacitor with the trace that I should have to be very careful with. And oh boy, is this not going how I planned. There we go. Okay. That hopefully will do. And let's actually just clean off this thing here. Oh, thanks. I appreciate the commentary. Only positive, encouraging comments will be allowed in the comment channel. We want our delusion of grandeur here. I am doing an excellent job. Okay, so let's get back down to reality here. And let's fix this here. Perfect. Okay, this is the last capacitor we're going to put on. Capacitor we're going to put on for a little bit here. Let's see if this will help solve our problems. I don't know, Yannick. What did you get today? Was it a let's say a Newton? Did you get a Newton? That's going to be my guess. I almost guessed an iMac, but I said Newton. Let's see. Nope, my hands are not steady. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Pants. No, not pants. Missing the Tangerine iBook G3, but I got the remaining of my iBook G3 clamshell collection. Oh, nice. I have 2 lime green, blue, indigo. Don't go for color. I go for rarity, graphite. Welcome. That's awesome. I think I have most of the colors Grudy has pointed out to me once that the graphite I have, there was a different model made that has slightly different colored plastics or something like that. But other than that, I do have all of the colors. Okay, it looks like everything is actually there. Wow, the lighting sucks. It looks like you're in a horror movie here with the with the darkness on this here, but whatever. Yeah, those look okay. Let me just make sure we didn't remove any other capacitors. We do have some. You know what? Should we remove those? You know, I will in a second. Let's all we did was put flux on those. So I'm going to just take the flux that we did put on the other capacitors last time I was streaming. Let me switch cameras real quick. Because I just want to test this machine, really. See if anything changed. It would be cool if they made more colors of the iBook, but I think Colors we got were nice though. I'm gonna. I don't know if they if it was in the Mac World or the press release or whatever. I believe, and maybe this is just me pulling this out of my butt, but I believe the reason they went with tangerine and blueberry were those were two of the most popular iMac colors ordered. I'm going to guess that's what they did. Or that's why they did that, rather. Or at least maybe that's what they claimed at the time. I don't think they ever released individual sales numbers or anything like that. So, okay. Yes, the key lime iBooks are the rare ones because you could only order them through the Apple Online store or by calling them up because there was a custom configuration option. I have a 466 megahertz special edition key lime iBook that I had since I was a kid. I love that thing. It has a DVD-ROM drive and an airport card, and oh, is that thing sweet. Okay, so we should be able to test this thing now. And so what I'm going to do is we're going to pick up our case. Now this is the Macintosh 2 CI case. We're going to just put that over here for a second, because what I want to get to is the Macintosh 2 CX case, which is of course under that. So what we're going to do is eradicate any dust bunnies in here. And we're going to just put the board back in here just temporarily. We're going to put a graphics card in and the power supply in. And we're just going to test to see if anything different happens. Sorry, I'm catching up here. Blue is base model. Color on iMac and a lot of base models were sold. Nice. Oh, well, thank you very much, Yannick. So I do need to find where I put the memory for this thing, because without memory it's not going to be happy, but we will get to that in a second. So let's line up these ports. There we go. That should be good. That should be nice and sturdy. Thanks, Grudy. I could always rely on you for a brutal evaluation. Okay, so, wherefore art thou memory chips that I have misplaced on thy desk last evening? Wait, think here. Oh, crap. There was one of them. Okay. Huh. Oh, there's the rest of them. Okay, so I gotta reach back over here. They fell off the little stand I had here. That's okay. What happened to the camera that you used to move around? The little microscope camera? Well, I turned it off for now because we don't need to see any microscope stuff right now because I'm not pointing at anything. If you mean the above camera, well, that's this. This desk is actually quite a big desk, but I have a lot of crap on it. There's 4 Mac Minis, there's 2 displays, there's a huge industrial Laserdisc player over here. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. So we'll leave it on this camera just for a second. I could put some of the memory sticks in. I'm going to use all 4 of the same size and the same brand just to avoid any potential issues here. There we go. So I'm going to put these where I should have put them in the first place, back in this little drawer over here. Okay. Yes, Laserdisc is for lovers. Happy Valentine's Day. All right, so let's do this here. Okay. Chip 1 is in. Put it in the wrong way, Steven. Nothing like an old Macintosh to make you feel foolish. Okay. Now again, this machine did chime, but we did not get any video on the screen. So it could have been a problem caused by maybe that printer port or maybe something else nasty. But we will find out. So we have our power supply here. And we will put this into our machine. sure it makes connection there. Yes, it does. And then we need a graphics card. And the graphics card I was using, again, get up my butt here and look for the darn thing. Here it is. We put it behind this here. The power supply caps I did not look at yet. Because it does work. I have two of these power supplies. They do work. So I'm not going to mess with them right now. That is something I do have to consider, though. We're going to use this slot over here. David says he got a G4 Cube yesterday. Woohoo! Those are nice machines. Everybody and their grandma was doing videos about those a while back because it passed one of the, well, I think it like that's 20th anniversary or something like that. I wanted to do a video on it, but I didn't get around to it. Hello, Retro Review. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate the wave. Or which camera am I using? This one. Hello. Okay, so you rebuilt one 4 years ago. It's still working. Nice. Okay. All right. Okay, so we got our graphics card in here. We got our power supply in here, and so all we need is to test this out. So what I'm going to do is try and locate the VGA cable that I have plugged into this monitor. Here we are. I'm going to switch cameras so we can see if there's any difference. Let's do a transition, and whoop, help if I would click the button. There we go. Okay, so we have this monitor on. Let's switch this to VGA mode, and we're going to power this puppy up. Now, what I do need to do is get a keyboard that was sitting somewhere around here when I did the last live stream. Here it is. And the ADB cable was also here. The keyword is was, because I move things around so much that nothing ever stays in its place where it should. Oh, come on. I just saw the darn thing. I mean, I have like 8 billion ADB cables, but here it is. Everything's just hiding behind this monitor today. The Macintosh 2 does. This is a Macintosh 2 CX, so it does not, thankfully. I am located in the great state of New Jersey, in the United States. Yeah, so the Macintosh 2, which I just did recap, if you look in my videos, you'll see a recapping video for that. That does require 2 PRAM batteries to jumpstart it. So what I actually did is replace those temporarily. I didn't even solder anything on. I just wired it up to 2 AA battery holders. So thankfully, that did the trick for me for now. I am not in Canada. Okay, so we got our video cable here, and we're going to plug that in. I don't think this was the adapter I was using for video the other day. Kind of just want, here it is, there's the one. I have so many little adapters in this drawer here that I did not retrobrite it. I do not really retrobrite anything yet. I will be getting into that, but my largest concern right now is replacing the capacitors from these machines. That is my priority one at this point, which is why I've been doing so many of these live streams. I do not want these machines destroyed. I really feel really bad I haven't done this earlier, so that is my main focus right now. Eventually I think I will get to that at one point, because I want to make them look as nice as they can. But for right now, I am accepting the fact that they look a little used and well-loved, and I would prefer that they look pretty. Of course, who would not? But I want to make sure that those issues are handled before I go a little crazy and make them look pretty. If that is understandable, I think many of you would agree. Alright, so let me lift this power cable up so I can use this. And of course, that's not the right power cable, so let me get another one. Hold on. Yes, I did see that. He did a retrobrite on a Commodore 64, which looked very nice. He was using some UV LED lights. Again, one more thing for me to buy, which I'm not so excited about. But it is nice to have options there, especially not sitting outside all day waiting for something to go. Okay. Can you put an SSD disk in this? If you mean by this, yes. A SCSI 2 SD adapter essentially can use an SSD in this. So I'm not plugging any floppy disk drive or anything. Yes, that's why I did use the tantalum caps in my Macintosh 2. And I use it in this as well. So this has not been fully recapped. I just did a few of the problem ones. We discovered a potential short in the printer port. This was actually making the startup chime, which is a good sound and a good sign, is what I meant to say. So what I'm going to do is plug this in, and we're going to see if it will give us some video. So let's test this. I do not have the speaker plugged in, so I'm an idiot. We did not hear if it chimed or not. Does not look like we're getting any video, but the LED light is on the machine. What I'm going to do is test the power button. The power button does turn it off. I think it was doing that before. Maybe not, but let's plug in the speaker here, just so we could hear if it's chiming or not. I might have to reseat some memory or something like that. Let's try again. Okay, so it does chime. Looks like we're still not getting any video on the board. Which is, you know, not good, obviously. We want to get a video picture here. I'm smelling something. I think it's just the fan blowing the alcohol towards me. That's all. The video card does work. I've tested it before. So what I'm going to do is try the different NuBus slots. This video card worked fine in my Macintosh 2. I do have a few other video cards I can try, but when I originally recapped this with the barrel capacitors, this is exactly the problem I was getting before. And I did this video adapter and this monitor was working on the Macintosh 2 also. So I don't think it's the fault of the card. I think there's something wrong with the NuBus connectivity. But again, let's try and start this up with the card in the, let's just call it the second slot. So we get the boot up noise. We have, I think, 4 megabytes of memory in this machine currently. And we are currently getting no video signal again. Hello, Greg. Thank you for joining. David said he did a retro writing video on the Apple extended keyboard too. Well, I might have to follow those instructions for this keyboard because, yeah, this could use a little love. It's a little dirty, but all right. So let's try the third slot. I do not expect any difference here, but it will give us another excuse to just continue with our recapping. I thought I could get away with a half-assed job here, but obviously that is not the case, as he wildly goes in and out of poor accents here. Okay, so let's plug this in. Okay, and let's try it again. Don't worry, Greg. Nice of you to stop by anyway before you do a race. Yeah, so again, we get the chime. That's about it. Okay. Well, I mean, we didn't break anything further, which is good. And the back power button is working. It sticks a little bit, but it's working. I think before we had a little problem with it where we had to unplug it. So that is a little bit promising, I must say. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to take this out of the board again. I will try one more video card, just to humor you folks. I do have to grab one, because they are on the other side of the room there. So, pardon me for a moment. Let me grab another video card. As he will probably hit the camera. Yes, as he walks behind it. Okay, so we have another video card here. Again, I'm just squeezing behind the camera here, which there's not a lot of space behind me, so there we go. Alright, so here is another video card. This is actually a Macintosh display card from 1990, so this should work perfectly. So that conversion technology isn't bad. Yes, this is part 2 of the 2CX, but no, nobody has made that joke yet. You are the first. Congratulations, sir. I'm sorry I do not have any prizes for you. Okay, that video card is a little dusty, and there is a electrolytic capacitor there, but I'm sorry, when the little silver capacitor is on it. But I know that card has worked before. We're going to try this. Apple computer card has a BIOS date of 1991 on the ROM, or the ROM date, or whatever. We're going to just try it in every slot, just for the heck of it. And there's a big cap right by the NuBus cards. I think it works correctly, but I mean, who knows? There could be a problem with that could be causing us all sorts of issues here. So we will do our best to replace it anyway. But again, just wanted to take a little break here and just try it. And it would help if I plugged the monitor into the video card now, wouldn't it? Okay, well, let's try it. So again, we got a startup chime. And I am not seeing anything on the screen again. I'm not confident enough at this point to bring out a vintage Apple CRT just to test it. I believe I did. Yeah, I did that in my 2017 video. Now this adapter does work on this card on Macintosh too, so there was no reason why it shouldn't work on here. Again, we didn't recap everything yet, but just as a good control test here, we are just making sure that we are not ignoring anything here. So I believe actually if I do plug in a floppy drive, it will try and access the disk and try and boot. Enjoy your virtual drive, Greg. Yeah, same thing. Alright, last time we're going to try it, then we'll just rip out that board again, and we'll continue our recapping process. How does that sound? That sounds great, Steve. Well, thank you, imaginary voice in my head. Okay, plug that in. That sound doesn't get old, at least. I love that sound. Okay, yeah, so no luck, but that's okay. Because I know when I'm just about to give up hope, that's when the almighty Bruce will appear. And he will give me suggestions. Hopefully. Now that I jinxed it, he won't show up. It doesn't matter what slot the monitor is on. Either of the NuBus slots are treated equally on this machine, so that wouldn't matter specifically. The monitor is set to VGA, and I'm using a DB15 to VGA adapter, which I know works on my Macintosh 2 with those two specific cards. I don't think the Macintosh 2CX was special enough to change anything like that. Okay. Alright, so let's take this board out. I'll put this case right there. Alright, so back on the board it goes. The board is now on the board. It's on the board. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to do these three capacitors here. These are a little problematic looking, maybe not everything's making contact or anything like that. Who knows? Our goal is just to get them off of there. Now there is this bit of a chip thingy here, so what we're going to do is use our hot air station. We are going to try and shield these components from as much heat as possible because we don't want to fry anything here. That should be enough just for precautionary sake. We're not going to really do too much damage here. Alright, so we're going to switch on our heat gun here. And what I'm going to do is just apply heat. I'm going to put a little bit of flux at the edges of those connectors there. That will not be a bad idea. Just to help suggest that those capacitors come off willingly. Okay. Alright, I'm not going to use the little microphone camera, microscope camera here. Everything's just very too close together. I just cannot do that at this point. So I'm just going to be very quickly just doing this and pulling them off with tweezers. So not too exciting here, but just bear with me for a second. Okay, one is off. Second is off. And the third is off. Okay, great. Now, I don't think that I cleaned those pads too good when I first attempted the recapping of this machine. So, that is something we are going to do now. And these are the last... there's one more surface mount one. You know, let's get that off of there real quick while we have our hot air gun hot. And we need some flux on there, duh. Never hurts to have a little bit on there. Okay, there we go. That didn't put up too much of a fight. And let's just make sure we don't have any other surface mount capacitors on here at this time. No, we don't. The rest are the axial capacitors, which we will replace, because why not? Okay, just making sure that's cooling down properly. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is we'll get out that little microscope camera. And we're going to just clean these pads up, because they are nasty. And let's focus on this first. Ah, that's the problem with this silly microscope camera. Now, I say silly, I really mean a different word. Stupid. This darn camera loves to just flop itself over. So let's just put it somewhere like that, maybe. I will switch it over as soon as I have it focused here, so you don't all get sick by me waggling around the camera like this. Oh, come on. Ah, that's good enough. Alright, so let's do that. There we go. Okay, so, what we're going to do is, looks like there's some dirt there, actually. Yeah, that's, looks like part of a piece of wire or something. I don't know. We're going to clean up these areas here. Because, yeah, that looks yucky. Okay, so, what we're going to do is get some of our flux here. Whoops. And we're just going to clean. It'll help if I turn my soldering iron on. I turned it off before. We're just going to clean all these pads up. Okay. So, anybody doing anything fun this weekend? Tomorrow? Anything like that? Anything cool? Messing with any old machines? Gonna play some old games? Go over to our friend's house, play their games? Play games online? Sit at home alone and mess with computers like I am? Okay, so we'll move those over there. Okay, so let's get our wick here. Here we go. Our super wick. Nice. You're working on your iBook. That's very exciting. Dana is going to work on his CPU upgrade. Oh, that's, yeah. You will be fine. Take your time. We're always here to give you advice and to publicly shame you. In that order. Okay. Okay, cool. So, let's get all of this gunk off. How about that? So let's start with this one here. That's right. There we go. As my finger almost touches the soldering iron, let's try not to do that. There's definitely some gunk on these. We'll clean that up. Okay, sorry. A lot of comments. Holy crap. Let's see. Think about playing some OG Xbox. You better mean the OG Xbox, which I just happen to have parts of. Oh, jeez, this thing is heavy. Right here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is the OG Xbox, the one where you stub your toe on. It's gonna hurt for a week. Xbox. Oh. Oh boy. Triple booting. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Yes, the alcohol should help take some of that gunk off, and I'll scrape away any that doesn't come off with the scalpel there. So I'm just gonna clean this area up a little bit. Being extra gentle because I've actually scraped pads off before, which was not fun. Oh, no dentist in their right mind would recommend using this toothbrush. Yuck. Not after what I've been putting through. Okay. Watching YouTube videos, always a good idea. Alright, that got some of the gunk off. Not all of it. So, what we will do is we'll scrape some of that remaining gunk away as he almost tips over the microphone camera. Microphone, jeez. Ah, boy. Yes, I just ran out of Q-tips at the moment, so... But usually if the toothbrush doesn't get it, it's usually just really gunked on there. And I'm actually going to bring out the multimeter in a second to make sure, I should have done this on the other ones too, but I could do it after the fact, to make sure that everything is actually making contact as it should. Because on 30-year-old machines, you can never be too sure if something is eaten away. Some of the gunk off there. Very, very light, just making sure there's nothing that shouldn't be there. Okay. Cool. Yes, alcohol is very good for this, which is why I was using it before. Alright, so our friend the multimeter. There we are. So we're going to put our friend in continuity mode, also known as beep beep mode, kind of like the Roadrunner from your Looney Tunes. There we go. So, alright, none of them are bridged, which is good. that's going there. That's supposed to go there. That's supposed to go there. That's good. This line goes where? That goes. Oh, that goes under that. Well, can't really test that. This going. This is the third line. Line goes up, over, and here. I think that goes there. Yep. So that. Whoop. That works. Sorry. Spun you around there. Okay, and let's just check over here. Now the capacitor C4 is still bridging there, which is not probably good. And so is our C11. But it was doing that before, so we could look in that area a little bit better. So we'll turn our multimeter off for now. Ow. As he stabs himself with one of the probes. Okay, so oops. Oopsie daisy. We've knocked you over. Hold on. We'll pick you back up. There we go. Alright, so what I'm going to do is put some fresh new capacitors on there. Is the trace below C1 corroded? Let's see. So let's go to C1. I didn't really take a look at the microscope here. See, the light that you're seeing, this is not an actual depiction because this light is very directional and it's actually silver. It's not dirt. It's just this microscope makes things look brown for some reason. So I don't believe that's corroded. Move down further. Okay. Just clear off that. So this is the edge of the board here. So we're referring to C1. That is here. Toward the bottom of the picture. Oh. So you mean this little... I can see what you're saying there. They don't look the prettiest, I'll tell you that. But if I... Yeah, right there on the C. Yeah, I can see what you mean there. I believe that's actually connecting. We could do a test here. Again, I think some of this is let's see. Huh. So we should have, because there's this line here that goes from this by the... Yeah, so that is connecting. There are some chips by the capacitors that we did earlier that look like they could use a bit of cleaning, and we will do that. After we cap all these, we'll do that. Yes, it does look... That's what I keep trying to convince people. Under this light, it does look much worse than it does in some situations when this is pointed slightly differently. So, that being said, let's get back to our capacitors here. And, alright, so we need, I believe, more of the same that we were using before. And that is the 47 microfarad, 16 volt. So we'll get 47 16s out of this bag. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we have 3 new caps here, and what we're going to do is put our flux there. You know what? Yeah, let me just I just want to do a little test here and make sure that this solder is actually going to stick to these pads. They look better than the other ones. I'm just gonna... Yeah, that is... That's much better. So as Dana would say, we're just putting a smidge on here. But these are doing much better than the other ones were. The others were giving me much more trouble. Nothing was sticking to it. And there's still some flux in this area, so that's good. But we're just getting off the excess there. Alright, cool. I start saying it one way, you want me to say it another way. Sooner or later I'm saying something offensive and I just don't even know it. It's fun times. Okay, so very clinical terms. Alright, so we have 3 caps here, and what we're going to do, we're going to solder those caps on. So let's get ourselves sorted here. And we're going to get our iron, we're going to clean it off. And we're going to clean off better than that. Come on. There we go. That's okay, so we're going to take one of these caps here. We're going to put some solder on our iron. Oh, come on. What are you doing there? You are being a very, very bad soldering iron tip right now. And now you have too much on you, but... Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do our first cap here. Of course, that's too little solder. That's actually very neat and tidy, if I do say so myself, but I'm not satisfied with the amount of solder that's on there because it looks very thin to my eyes. And now there's too much, but I could always adjust the excess there using my solder braid. So I will be doing that. Let me finish off this side first. Again, that side of the iron is just getting very... I'd have to say I am very still awake. If you say that, I am inclined to believe you. But I have been told that my voice does have the quality of putting some people to sleep. Recapping a Macintosh is not something that would make you sleepy. Because if so, well, you've come to the wrong channel. So let's not stab ourselves with the soldering iron here as I accidentally move the microscope thingy. Let's accidentally move it back to where it should be. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, that's pretty neat and tidy, and then I'll actually just do this one here because get everything on the board. I don't think that's too bad. I actually want to nudge these a little bit. That's why I like doing one set at a time, just so I could confirm that everything that's okay. And that's okay too. Okay, so have some excess solder there that we can do. ASMR by Mac84. Yes, that was my April Fool's video last year. I feel like I may have to do another one. If I have my wick here, I'm just going to even out just a little bit of a sore spot here. That didn't really do much now, did it? Well, that should be okay. Greg is editing his eMac video. Oh boy, an eMac. It's a bit Bob Rossy at times. A G4 unboxing video. Ooh, I look forward to that one too. Uh-oh. Dana said his birthday is coming up next month, so do something special then, I guess. Alright, so let's confirm our work here. And test that these go to the right spot. So this should go to here. It does. This should go to here. It does. This should go. I can't really test where that one goes. This one can go. There's a little point right there. Yep. And this one goes all the way up there. Okay. So those should be good. Perfect. All right. Let's get the rest of them done. We're on a roll here. Yeah, eMacs are heavy. I just brought one down the stairs the other day. And I thought I was going to hurt myself. Okay, so these axial capacitors are the next one to go. And I forgot to turn off the camera. Oopsie doodle. Alright, so the axial capacitors are these, well, they're supposed to be like the ones I have in here. Unfortunately, I did not have those at the time, so I just used these. Now, I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with the capacitors I used. I just want to make this look neat, and especially this one. We'll get the microscope camera in here to not act as a microscope camera, to just act as a reference point here, if I can get the darn thing focused. There we... Oh, wrong way. There we go. So the problem right now is this capacitor here is not the right size, and it sort of blocks the NuBus card slot a bit. So I do not want that to happen, so I want to actually replace this with the capacitor that should be replaced there. And yeah, let's hope that resolves the issue. So what I'm going to do is these should come out fairly easily. Yeah, let me add some solder to it, some fresh solder to these joints. That came right out. How about that? Didn't even have to do anything special. And that one came just right out too. I will have to use the wick to get those holes clear so I could actually remove the solder that's inside of those holes so I could put the new capacitors on. This is going not too bad so far. Oh, got a bunch of comments. I will read them in a second. Sorry. Actually, those tweezers, the good tweezers, not the bad ones, these would be very helpful in this situation. Let's try the other one first. Of course, this is right next to the power cord. I will put the camera back when I can. This is just awkward enough without a camera in my face. I think I remember this one giving me trouble when I was installing it. Let's check on the underside. There's a fair amount in there, so let's try from the bottom here. What I'm actually going to do... What fell? What fell? Something fell. Hopefully it wasn't anything important. What I'll actually do is... I forgot. See? I get confused here, forget things, blah, blah, blah. There we go. Might be able to help this a little bit. Or I'll just use the heat gun if that doesn't help me out here. There we go. That came right out. So a little flux seems to be helping, which I should have done in the first place. Oh. Clean this off actually. Yeah, collecting the IIcx and the Emacs are fun. They just take up a ton of space. Let's try and loosen this one from the back as well. Where is this actually going? Oh, that's actually right there. Okay, so we will. Of course, it's right next to the power connector here. Oh, geez, 4 a.m. where you are. Well, thank you for the well wishes, and have a good night. Hope to see you around again. It's been fun. Hope you enjoyed your first time. Yeah, I can't unfortunately use the hot air gun right here because it's right next to the plastic power connector here. increase the heat on my iron temporarily here. Try and make quicker work of this. I'm going to try it on the back again. Ah. Thanks, Retro Review, and you have a good night as well. Yeah, don't worry, guys. If you can't stay up, if it's late wherever you are, you can always catch the replay or whatever you'd like afterwards. There was a time where these live streams immediately went to Patreon only when they were done. But, at least for now, I've decided against that. There we go. Finally got you out. Ha! It took longer than I expected, but we got it. Alright, we have two more to go. Hopefully these won't be as much of a pain. Again, hopefully. So these are the last two capacitors on the board that remain from my first recapping attempt all the way back in October of 2017 from my very first Mac84 video. I mean, I did a trailer to the channel, but my first video was trying to get this 2CX to work. So let's see if we have better luck in a little bit. Okay, that one came right up. As did that one. This we might need to apply some fresh solder to. I think that is greatly helping us in our efforts here. Getting everything nice and hot. And the flux is helping a lot too, so let me just make sure. I told you you needed more content on your channel. What are you talking about? This is before I even knew you. This is 2017. Unless you're referring to something else, Grudy, and then I'm just not making the connection there. There we go. Cool. Alright, so these need to be cleaned too, because there's probably a bunch of gunk in there. Would not be surprised if they weren't making the proper connection or anything like that. Oh, you leaving the live streams up, dummy. Yes, well, it also didn't hurt to have all of those hours of watched content up publicly available to meet the monetization requirements. Okay. Alright, so now we have these little solder balls on the board here that we want to clean up because we had to put some new capacitors through there. So I'll get out our little microscope again so you get a better look at what the heck I'm doing. And we have to find a good place for this to sit so it doesn't get too crazy. Nope. It's actually hard to see where some of these were because, yeah. Oh, come on, just stay where you're supposed to, please. Kinda. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so let's go to that. The Samsung screen is new. I picked it up for a few dollars at a thrift store, and it's nice because the reason it attracted it to me, the reason I was attracted to it, I should say, is its stand is kind of like an easel. Like you prop it up like a photo frame, and just sits there. It's very low profile. It's very portable. There's kind of like a groove handle type thing on the back. I could just rip it up and put it somewhere else. I actually got it to do the Mac84 streams because I usually am chatting with the guys and the videos up here, and then the YouTube videos down here and the chats over here. So it's not like a perfect screen. It's like a 720p resolution type thing, but you know what? It's not too bad. It works for my purposes, which are very simple at the moment. And I could also view my microscope screen right here instead of me looking over there. It's a little bit nicer to do. So that's what I'm using it for right now. So what we're gonna do is, I'm always misplacing things. Here it is. I have my little wick here. Let's chop off the used bit. There we go. Put that in the trash. I missed the trash can again. And what we're going to do is we're going to try and get all of the solder from these holes out of them so we can put new capacitors in. Now this solder isn't so old, it's probably 2 years old or so, but I did not do this in the first place, and I should see there's a beveled tip to the edge of the soldering iron. And sometimes it's difficult to see where that tip is. I might need to go to the other side of the board for this one, but sometimes adding some fresh solder here. I should also add some flux too. Oh, sorry, hold on, I'll fix that. Oh, maybe. Kind of. There we go. Now the braid is to a point where it does not want to be lifted off the board. Perfect. Let's be very careful about this here. I have to wait for this iron to heat up again. There we go. There we go. Alright, well, we still have some in there. I will go to the other side of the board to help get the rest of that. But let's just quickly go over here to try this. I know you can't see this, but just more of the same at this point. We're keeping up with his vacation tabs? That's almost a little creepy, Grudy. Solder wick is hot. Don't touch it. Okay, that one's going to need some extra convincing as well. Again, I'll put some more flux in these areas. Of course, they are right next to these plastic bits, so I don't entirely want to use the heat gun or anything. Not that I don't think that would help really in this situation, but okay, that one did a pretty good job. Well, that one got most of it too. See, so I'm going to flip this board around and try and get the rest of the spots off. Now, let's see if I could. So the first one I'm going to try is that pin. The one that's kind of the top left of the screen there. Some unused part of this braid right here. Kind of. Not as fun as it may seem, but let's. If I go on vacation, everyone's going to wonder where my videos are, probably. Not everyone. I'll probably announce it beforehand so people don't. What the heck am I doing? That's right, I said I was going to add flux to this, and I forgot. Let's do that. So, boop, and boop, and boop, and boop. And then we need some by the power connector here and there. And I'm sure there's another spot that I'm missing, but we'll get there when we get there. Got most of it out. There's still a little bit there. This braid just absorbs so much heat that it's hard sometimes to free it from just touching on that little joint there. Yeah, we still got a little bit in there. I do have a solder sucker, but I don't think that's really gonna... Oh, I'm very blurry. Okay. Looks like I dropped a few frames there, but looks like I'm back now. So hopefully that should fix it. I know the camera isn't the best, and it's not exactly on the area I was pointed at, but you're not missing too much excitement here. Just trying to get the remaining little pieces of solder out of these holes here. And that keeps happening. It keeps getting stuck there. Let me try my luck on these ones over here. There we go, maybe. Kind of. Ugh. See, no matter how you position it, it will reposition itself when it feels like it. So. I'm gonna turn the heat up on the iron just a little bit. It should be. Yes, there was flux on there. I'm gonna put some more on there. I will summon the almighty Bruce. This is actually something I haven't done with any of his advice. I've watched him do it, but he also has an electronic solder sucker that does a pretty good job. I have a manual one that I can use. Maybe. Let's see. It doesn't seem to be wanting to do anything to that one. Let's, where's this one here? Yeah. That one helped a little bit. Yes, I will likely have to use it. Now it's actually, I think mine is an electric one. Let me turn my neck around and see. It should be. Where did I put it? I've never used it before, so it's been sitting in its box. And that is exactly where. Well, how about this? I'm going to take a very quick 1 or 2 minute break here. I'm just going to get up and look for it real quick. We will be right back in a second. Let me just... I don't know why I'm focusing this, just so you have something to look at. Very pretty. Okay, I will... I'm going to stand up and stretch for a second and look for that solder sucker, because hopefully it has not gone far. this box at least. We have this. It's right in this section. The search continues. It might be in this bin, so I just had to lift things up for a second. Let's see here. Well, it has to be around here somewhere. Let's just change the camera angle. Mac84 in the search for more stuff. You can tell I just watched Spaceballs the other night. Alright, let's see. I remember just seeing it not too long ago, and I was like, oh, there it is. Let me put it somewhere where I won't lose it. Because we all know how that works. And it's pretty bulky too, because it is in the box, I believe. I have a few bins and stuff like that I keep components in, so let me go check. Who knows? I've done that before. Been like, oh, what is this? Hey, there's another Macintosh, you know? Let's see. You know, it might be. No, so it's like a long thing too, so I know that if I see one of these smaller bins, it's probably not in there. I found a brand new RS-232 serial cable from Goodwill, 99 cents. Not a bad find. Basically an extension cable, which is always good, because whenever you think you have a cable that's long enough, you need it longer. Alright, I'm going to look behind the camera here. Oh, we have to move this X serve out of the way. I'll have to set that up in a better spot. Okay, let's check here. I have found it! I have found it. I knew it had to be in one of the bigger bins because there was no way it would fit in one of the smaller bins. Here we go. Oh, for the past 3 days. No. More like 3 or 4 minutes. This is probably not your best quality one here. It was all of $11.99. It is a Velleman vacuum desoldering pump. It looks decent enough. Instructions. User guide. Plug into cord. Allow nozzle to warm. Water will be absorbed. Okie doke. Well, we'll give it a try. Always fun when they staple these things. So you have a blade for it. No, the iron didn't die. It's just, hello, Jay. I want to use this desoldering iron because there are some of the through-hole capacitors that the wick is not getting everything that I want it to. So, I thought this may help. It may not, but it may. So, we didn't even need to use that. How about that? So, and a little paper fell out of the packaging. Safety instructions. Please read safety instructions before using this product. This product is for indoor use only. Do not use this product in or around water or any other liquid. Never submerge the tip or any of this part of the product in water. Do not use this product in the presence of flammable material. Always wear eye protection when using this product. Only use in a well-ventilated area. Use in conjunction with an exhausted fan. Exhausted fan? Oh, that fan's been working so hard, it's exhausted. That's exactly how it is written. Solder fumes can be toxic and should not be inhaled. Always know the contents of the solder being used. Solder can contain lead. Can be a hazard, a health hazard. Always wash your hands after use. Never touch the tip of the heating element when the unit is on. Always turn the unit off and unplug the electrical cord before changing the tip. Allow the unit to completely cool before changing the tip. Never allow the tip or heating element to come into contact with an electrical cord. Keep away from children. Well, that is very useful. Alright, so this cord should be long enough. Alright, so let's see. That kind of does that. Alright. Free twist tie. Woo! Now let's turn this monitor. No, wait. We need the monitor on for the fan. That's what we have it on. Okay, that cord. Kind of long enough. The children thing is just a suggestion. I love it. Alright, so let's plug this in. Actually, I have a spare solder stand. I'm going to put this on the wood here just for a second. So I have a, where did I put that? I think it's behind this table over here. I have another soldering iron stand I used to use before I ended up switching them. And that might be good just for the heat gun. Yep, here it is. We have one of these things. So, as I tiptoe around the camera. There we go. Alright, so our desk is getting crowded, especially with the little fan and everything here. But that's okay. Let's check our phone for a second, make sure no one has needed me. Thanks for your comment, Greg. Pointy. It wasn't pointy for long. Okay. What cable am I rolling over here? Okay. All right. So this should get. You can see it. Little smoke is coming out of it. This makes me feel better. All right. So let's move the expensive phone back. Move this cable over here, and we will. Is that heavy? No, this is not actually going to weigh it down, so that's not very good. Actually, no, it should be fine. Alright, yeah, so I'm going to move this little camera out of the way. It's not going to help in our situation right now. I want to confirm by the diagram I have on my screen here. We have, which capacitors? We have one, wait, what? Hold on. Which are the axial capacitors here? We have 4 axial capacitors in total. We have 1, 2, 3. And where the heck is the 4th one? Where does the 4th one go? Let me check our little diagram here. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's right. The other one is by the Nubus card slots. Yes, so we have to get that out as well. That's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. Well, what I can do for those, like at least get some of that off with this braid while that's warming up here. Actually, you know what? That'll be a first. That'll be our first test with this thing. How about that? Oh, yeah. So many wires, so many hot things, so many fans, so many this and that. Alright, so. This looks hot. Sure. Let's try it. So, put this down. Work. Let's try it again. Might be one of those things where I had to put fresh solder in. Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of those things. Because why should it work right out of the box? Oh gosh, this is getting a little crazy here. Okay, let's try this again. Doesn't help that this thing is not immensely hot like the soldering iron itself. And there's really no like tip on it. It's like a void. So it does make fun noises. It's really not yeah, I can't really see how. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could do that. Double-handed here. Because that's the problem. This is not really heating itself up enough, so. Yeah, boy, this just has disaster written all over it, doesn't it? That didn't really work. Let's try that again. Not really. It got a little bit off there. Now, I can't be quick enough with this, so. And there's really not much solder in there. It's just like the. Well, you know what? Let me put this back. Let me unplug this, actually. I don't think I'm going to be using this right now. Let's make sure that is. Let's move the iron forward closer. Let's leave this here, so if this falls, it falls on here. What I'm going to do is the solder in there. It's there. Yeah, I did do that, Jay, but the wick was pulling most of it out, but not all of it. I actually have it on 450 now. What I'm going to do is, unless you have any suggestions, Jay, further suggestions, just then to heat up. Because, yeah, I could try that again. I mean, I tried adding some solder to it, to the area, which kind of helped a little bit, but there was just residual solder that was left in there. It wasn't coming out. But let's try again. Oh, that almost did it there. Just sticking the pointed part right into the hole there uh, helped. Let's do that again. Yeah, it might be that, Jay. I don't recall which of the original tips that came with it, to be honest. Huh. Did it come with any tips? It came with two, I think. I mean, this hasn't been bad, but see, this is not. This is like, this is a beveled tip, so it's probably not the best for. You know what? I got that, not too bad. I'm gonna try it from the other side. See if I can finish cleaning this one off. Because honestly, I think this one could come off here. That one was a little stinky, but I think that's residual from the previous bad solder that was in there. Not disintegrated tips. How often, I mean, how long, Jay, would you say it takes your iron to heat up? Like from dead cold to on. I've never timed it. I was just curious because I know you've had more experience with yours than I have. I'm sure it beats the crap out of my older one that took its time. Is this a trace? What is this? What the heck was that? Piece of dust or something. A solid minute. Wow, that's not bad at all. Jeez. Alright, let's put a little solder there just to should I be using flux on this too? I know the braid has some flux in it, but I guess it wouldn't hurt. I've just never really desoldered stuff before. Oh, that's right, you have a fancier iron now. Okay, well, let's flux the crap out of it too. Oh, that hole is now visible. Cool. So that helped. Just, you know, applying more heat directly with the wick here made that one completely done. And this one is almost there. Ah, that's hot. Ah. Hot, hot, hot. They're the through-hole capacitors. I'm just getting the holes out. Let me just see if I can poke this through. Maybe. Just like to pop it through the edge there. Alright, that's good enough there. Yes, I know it's hot. I accidentally touched the hot component. I was... and get the rest of this done fairly quickly, shall we? A little piece of copper got stuck inside of there. How about that? Oh, this is setting dangerous expectations, Jay. Eep! Every time I get burned, I get $2. That is evil, but that's how Jay is. I mean, he's a lovable evil, though. He's not a bad kind of evil. He's a lovable evil. Yeah, the rest of these are just like a little bit of solder in the hole. I actually could probably just put the capacitor legs through it. So I'm not going to go too crazy. Just trying to get the last remaining bits out here, but alright, so let's try a yacht. Uh-oh, Greg's upping the expectations here. Eep! Thanks, Greg. Soldering iron's hot. Fire bad. Oh, boy. Okay, so let's try putting our capacitors in. Like I said, I don't think there was anything wrong with the existing ones here. But might as well do the axial ones. They look prettier, and so on and so forth. So let's get those out. So I found them the other day after I couldn't find them. So we have I didn't label this one, of course. Alright, so this little one by the newest card slots is what? You go to Bruce's website, because the 2CI is very, very similar to the 2CX. Although Bruce doesn't have the 2CX on his website, they take the same values, at least in these areas here. So we just need one of the 220s, do we? Yes, we do. Just one. Okay, so we'll do that one first. That's this little guy here. These little blue capacitors here. There we go. These are axial ones, so they will go in nice and pretty, hopefully. And yeah, I have to read which is the positive end on those, because I haven't done these before, I don't think. And we need 3 of these ones. All right. These are a little more expensive too than your standard capacitors here, so let's cut the tape here. Now they are blue and beige tape, so I don't know if that means one is positive, one is negative. We shall find out. Jay, do you have any knowledge in this area of expertise you may share with us? As I go, there's a line, but there's also an arrow. Oh, I see. There's an arrow pointing towards the negative. The negative is, I believe, the blue tape. Yeah, so you can't see it on the camera probably, but there are little lines here, and those lines have little arrows, and it's pointing to which side is negative. Very, very smart. Okay, so we will do, let's see, the first one here, which I forgot to, well, that's actually, it contradicts what, that could have been the issue. That could have very well been the issue. If I had the wrong capacitor value, oh my goodness, that could have very well been the issue. Oh, but that's a little problematic, because the 2CX, here, let me find the 2CX one. I know it's not on Bruce's site, but unfortunately, the 2CI has a different placement, which is maybe what I was going off of. Yeah, so no, I did have it in the right spot. The 220 was in the middle. So that is, yeah. Alrighty, well, we will try this. So, kind of curious about that. Greg is like, what the hell am I watching? Yeah, so C14. Let me write this down so I don't make a mistake of this. So this is C14. Yeah, because the 2CI and the 2CX are very, very similar, except when they're not. So, yeah. Alright, so that's also the 470, 16. Well, alright, cool. 470, rather. Alright, cool. Alright, so let's do this one first. So this is C14. And the negative is pointing in this direction. Oh, it wants to go so far, but let's encourage it a little bit here. There we go. And I believe this should help us too. Just putting the old capacitor leg through here just helps make Alright, and this is going to look ugly for a second, but we'll make it all look all neat and tidy when we're done, I promise. Because pushing it through seems to alleviate some of our, well, I don't want to bend this too far out of shape that we can't use it. I could feel the heat, but it wouldn't go through. Alright, let's try us not getting tangled all over the board here. Oh boy. This was the most time-consuming part of my previous attempt. So of course it will come back to haunt me. Almost slipped there. Not good, Stephen. Not good. I know this is not the most exciting parts. There we go. Alright, so that capacitor is through. And we're going to make this all neat and tidy here as best as I can. Alright, so too bad. Okay, that can be fixed with our little tweezers here. Okay, let's put the soldering iron down for a second and just arrange this capacitor nicely here. Make sure everything is nice and straight, as it should be, please. Maybe. Alright. It's not going to win any beauty contests here, but if it works, it will all be worth it now, wouldn't it? Oh, I see the very old solder it pushed through on the other side of that. That's very yucky. Okay, so we have one of those through. I'm just going to adjust this a little bit just to make sure. Ugh. Get our little tweezers out here. Don't want to be pulling any of this by hand. Because as Greg said, things hot. Okay, so now we can clean this up. So let's go to the back here. Okay, so now we can make these connections look all neat and tidy here. And we are in the right direction with our negative and everything, which is good. Looks pretty good to me. Maybe a little too much solder on there, but it should not be a problem. Okay. Let's make sure the other sides look okay, and then we will clip off the excess legs there. Well, no, I should actually clip off the legs. Let me straighten out what there is here. There we go. Okay, so let me just okay. Okay. Perfect. I just want to make sure, trying this one more time. Alright, so we have 3 more to go. These are all the same size. Same value at least. Size, value, you know what I mean. Okay. Alright, so we're not doing too bad here. The next one I will do, let's do the one by the Nuba slot, because that one is very nice. That one is already pretty much, all the holes are, the holes are out there. So what I will do is put this one through the hole. You could see through it, but there's still like a little nasty bit there, but that's okay. So we will just, let's use our tweezers to turn this at a very nice 90-degree angle there, and we will approximate where that has to go on this side as well. So we look semi-professional with our capacitors here, and make sure it is pointed in the right polarity here. And up. No, that's just a little too much. Let's fix that there. Fix that there. That should help us there. Okay, so there and there. So what I will do is apply a little bit of heat just on the back of this to help pop that through. There we go. So this is how it should be. You should just be able to put the capacitor right through the holes there, and you should be able to just let that rest on the board. So what I'm going to do is just put that there. I do like to try and have the values facing up. I may be able to do that here. Yeah, I can do this a little better, since now I can adjust this a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to do that. Put that back down there. And then we're going to turn this one a little bit there. Again, not perfect, but actually could turn that a bit more. Would love to have perfect right angles on this thing, but it's not going to be perfect, but it will be acceptable for my needs, which is just to have the machine work. Okay, so let's put some solder onto those areas. Positive going to positive. And Steven is talking to himself as always. Perfecto. Alright, let's get our iron out. Put a little bit of solder on that. Okay, this little fan is really helping because I'm not breathing in as much of that nasty crap as I was before, which is good. You don't want to do that. Okay, so let's turn this over. And what I'm going to do is just put a little bit of dab of solder on the back. Perfect. Oh, Jay. We've only been going for 3 hours here. Come on. Okay. Let's wipe that excess flux off of there. Okay, perfect. I like the blue color much better than the black color also, so they stand out much nicer on the board. Okay, so next capacitor here is this one here, so negative is going here. Again, I will just encourage this to go through here. We forgot our flux again. Ha ha ha. Alright. Okay. Alright, so that's... Yeah, see the hole is... Oops, the hole is like actually pretty clear. The problem is there's like a little solder scraped around it that is not letting it go perfectly there. But you know what I'm going to do is actually measure this. I'm going to... Well, first... Okay, so what I'm going to do is bend this correctly as I want it. Yes, everything looks okay over there. And we're going to... Alright, so let's try that. Okay, so this one is through, and we're just going to guide this one through there too. Ah, come on. You went through just fine a second ago, but now you're being a little bit of a pain. You do not want to, and then you screwed up my perfect little bend there, which I'm not happy about, but you know what? Oh, come on. These are, I mean, it's my fault for, I guess, not having a thing that's going on correctly, but sorry, I can't even see that part. Another capping live on YouTube, yes. Started out with high hopes, but get into the thick of it here, and of course, fun times are had by all. Especially me, the one doing it. That's through. We can clean that up a little bit. Let's see. Can we read the values? No, they're on the other side. Alright, so we'll have to turn this a little bit. Turn it. It's so weird how the values are printed. Yeah, just like I guess the way the label is put on here. But, alright, well, we could adjust that a little bit. Exactly as I intended it, you thingy, come on. Well, you know what? I think that's probably the best we're going to get it at this point because this is. So let's try. If this works, I don't want it to look like crap, you know. But because this is not, you know, a perfect angle here or anything. Sorry. I'm not that full of hot air, but okay, so that one's through. We're going to clean that up, and then we have one more to go, and then we're done with this mess. I mean, then hopefully the machine will work. Gosh darn it. Put the silly thing in reverse. Could have seen that coming. Feel like Daffy Duck. Swap that around. Try again for round 2. This is not my night, guys. This is not exactly how I planned this. There's my pliers. There's my pliers. That's what I need. flatness. There we go. There we go. That's what we need. The tweezers were not making this flat like I wanted. There we go. Hopefully that is better. Hopefully these legs don't fall off, or I'll just have to get another capacitor. Okay, so try 2 here. Actually lined up pretty good. Okay, so let's do this again. I am hope you guys are enjoying the ride at least. We started off so nice solder joints, nice a lot of nice things. That's this is ridiculous. Come on. Like, the hole is like, you could see there's actually a hole through it, but it's just getting everything. Maybe the fan blowing on it doesn't help, but yeah, that helped. Perfect. Let's get to the other one. Hey, it came through. Cool. All right. Came in a little crooked, but OBS is dropping some frames here. My internet is... I am getting like most of the upload speed that I'm used to getting, which is pretty decent. Just straighten this out here. Where those pliers go? Just want to try and get this through a little bit just so it's not as oh, come on. This is just not... Obviously, this is not the way you should do it, but it's like, this is the only way I'm able to at this point. Not fun. Not fun, not fun. Okay, there we go. That's just going to be how it has to be, because at this point, wiggling around this capacitor so much, I really don't want to worsen it. Alright, so let's just put some healthy solder joints to keep this stuff in place there. Then we'll work on the last one, and hopefully, miraculously, after just looking at some things and cleaning some things up, we should get a working board. Now shoot, come on. Okay, let's clip those tails out the back here. Through-hole capacitors are still my least favorite to do. Who would have thunk it? Okay. Last one. Please. This is going to be a doozy because this one does not like to work, but I'm going to use one of the capacitors here and straighten it, the old ones, just to push some of the busted solder through here from the old one. Oh, boy. Yeah, that kind of helped. That's alright, Jay. We're both doing some soldering tonight. So I know this isn't too exciting. You can't exactly see what I'm doing. I'm working on the last capacitor here. For those of you still sticking around, you probably knew that already. But yeah, this is a little frustrating, to be honest. It is, but alright, so let's get our final capacitor ready here. Negative this way, negative this way, negative this way. So we have to do that. Okay. And if we use pliers, we want it like that. Okay, so if I bend here, perfect, and here should be good enough. One would hope. One would hope. Yeah, well, I don't think we're going to get away that easy, but we will try. We will certainly try. So what I will do is actually hold this pretty straight. So where the needing the third arm comes into play. I'm going to just try and push this through exactly where it should go. It does not, does not help. If it boots, it'll be worth it. Does not help that the solder is right under this little connector here. Try again with the braid here to try and get that up, but I'm not having too much success at the moment. The braid keeps sticking in that spot too, which is not helpful. But I thank any of you who are still here for sticking around. I mean, if this braid works, that would be great, but it just doesn't. Oh boy. Well, I'm glad you guys are still around. Sorry this is taking so long. It's very frustrating to me too, but I am trying. It could very well be these soldering tips that they're just not hot enough. I mean, I'm getting like such little tiny particles of solder off of this. Yeah, I mean, I think the wick is good because I've used this before on other things and I haven't had a problem, but it's just this particular, let's try from this side again. This particular joint is just cranking this thing up to as hot as it'll go, but again, I think this, like you said, Jay, the tip is just not getting as hot as it should. I mean, I am putting a fair amount of the tip right on this darn wick here. Shit. Yes, I'm not pushing it directly down. I'm just... try this again. Of course, it's the last frickin' one that's going to be a royal pain. I mean, I could try like adding a bit more solder to it and try and loosening it up. I think there's just like so much gunk in that connector. Just try something. I'm still going. Almost done with the last one, but it's being a pain in the butt. This just does not want to budge. This is incredible. It's just all the heat is being absorbed. And this, I mean, I do have the fan on it. It's probably not the best thing in the world. There we go. Jeez. Now, of course, I put it in backwards. I was just trying to push breathe in the solder fumes just for my fans. My true fans. Oh yeah, look at all that crap. Yeah, the amount of gunk that just came out of that hole. Is exactly why we couldn't get it through in the first place. Alright. Let's do this one first. Okay, so we got one leg through. Which is nice. Our pliers, here we go. I hate this. This. Oh boy. I don't know what I'm doing. Don't even know what I'm doing. Come on. Ugh. You silly little thing. Just go through the hole you were designed to go through. I feel like that scene in Happy Gilmore. You too good for your home? Still going. We're at the last one, and of course, the hole is in like the absolute worst place. Oh, come on, I can feel it getting hot, so the heat is transferring through the freaking hole to my finger. Come on, just go in. Oh, jeez. Cannot even see what I'm doing anymore. So I pay him for this stuff, he never pays me. Bye. Ugh. It's like this hole doesn't even want to, Jeez. Oh boy, guys. This is... Like, the position of this could not be worse. I mean... Yay! It went through! Holy crap. Took ages. It's right next to the plastic, so that's why I can't really, unfortunately, use it. And I'll show it on the microscope in a second. Otherwise, I would have been done with it ages ago. Alright, at least it's through there. I'm just pushing it down because it's not in a good spot right now. If I can just actually hopefully pull it through the edge now, since I have it through the hole, and I have some leverage here. It's almost like there's like no heat on this thing, which... Bruce has come. The day of reckoning is here. Yeah, Bruce, this is the capacitor that's right under the power connector here. And so the leg is through. I'm just trying to get the darn thing to pull through. No, it's actually at 480. I wouldn't be surprised if it was just this lousy tip, but none of the holes have been nearly as bad as this one. This is just... Yes, sir. Maxed out the frickin' dial on this one. That just shows you how much I'm having it right now. The answer is none. Yes, I did, Greg. Unfortunately, that did not help. Oh, this is the most awkward thing, too. Again, it's right next to this plastic connector. And it's just like, it's so... I mean, I've already melted a little bit of it. But... I got a little bit. Ah, shoot, come on. No! There we go. I just have to use a heck of a lot of solder, it seems. To help transfer that heat. Alright, it's ugly, but it's in. I'll just work on this other one here. Which is cooperating much, much better. Of course, this is not the ideal way to do it. That should be the tagline of my channel. Not the ideal way to do it. I am making do with what I has. No, that's the tagline on my channel. Alright, we're good. Jeez Louise. That is disgusting and ugly and horrible, but it is done. Yes. I only did that by mistake once this time. Otherwise the stream would have ended right here. Yes. Turning the dial down. Because I just gotta to fix up the little joint here, but that's nothing. I mean, that's... Okay. I guess I should do the other side first here. just clean this up, and I will show you why I can't even grab the tissue paper correctly. Oh my goodness. What? I didn't even know it was midnight. Holy crap, it's midnight? Oh boy. Yeah, this turned into a 4-hour stream real quick now, didn't it? Where's my little cup with the alcohol? It fell. Of course it fell. So much flux and gunk in this area that we want it all gone. Looks nice and clean. Well, except when I do that. Come on. Okay, so let's just clean this area here, which has tons of flux all around it. So much flux. Alright. We are going to show you. We, who, me, huh? I am going to show you exactly what. Well, I don't even need a microscope for this. This is why it was such a pain in the butt, because you could see this connector right here is right next to the hole where that goes in. Oh, you dumb camera, focus. There we go. You can see that is right there. So getting under that, you camera, getting under that right there, yes, I turned down the iron, was a pain. So, alright. Yeah. Okay, so we got that there. Let's confirm everything. This goes there, this goes there, this goes there. Let's clean that up a little bit more. Yeah, didn't clean this one up at all. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna clean up here. Because that's where a bunch of the flux was from when we were doing the soldering over here. How long have you been here, Bruce? You've been quiet. Shaking your head in horror, likely. What is he doing? I missed the trash can again. I gotta move that thing closer. Just a lot of flux between these capacitors from before. Yeah, I do need a little spray bottle or something I can just do that with. But I do like just cleaning these areas up, trying to get as much gunk of that off as possible, if that is possible. Alright, let's dry this a little bit. There's just some of the flux that's gotten under these little chips here. So I'm just doing my best, although I know it's not supposed to do anything harmful, to get it out of there. I think you guys have waited long enough. Should we try and turn it on? Let's try and turn this thing on. I honestly don't know what to expect because the capacitors that I replaced them with were the same value and everything. They should work. I mean, it should have worked before. Now that that printer issue is sorted, the printer ports are not touching anything. I mean, it should be okay. Again, just some flux here. I didn't notice this before. Oh, there's one capacitor missing because I'm a dope. Jeez. Ugh. I missed this one. I mean, come on, Steven. This one should be easy. Good thing I didn't turn off that iron. This one's just one of the little ones that took us like 2 seconds before, so we are going getting off all that bad solder. Oof, that pad is disgusting just because there's like gunk around it. Let me just scrape some of that off. It might have actually got to the trace here, but I'm going to test the continuity to see if that's a problem. Sorry. Hey, pseudos! Welcome to the party. Alright, that's still making it there, it's just dirty. See if I could scrape away that gunk there. Alright, so I just want to smoke test. No. Let's not have any smoke. I just want to make this easier on myself. Make sure that these pads are accepting of solder. Yes, they are. Okay. Let's put our little capacitor on. Have everything pointed the right way. Where are my good tweezers? Here we are. Okay, now that is done. Sorry, I must have missed it. 1 second. Just dropping to say hi. Did the Apple IIgs and keyboard fall into your lap at all? Yes, it did. I did not test it because that Apple IIgs, oh man, water got into it. Let's just say that. I do not want to turn it on because I do not think that it is working right now. But yeah, it's definitely going to need some love. I have not even attempted to do that yet. But it has a good home. It's not going to be destroyed or anything. It works? So you plugged it in when you had it? Because there's rust all over that the bottom metal shield there and by the power supply. So I was very hesitant to plug it in. No, that's fine. I was gonna go with my multimeter and test the rails and everything before plugging it in, because, yeah, but okay. No. That's good. That's really good to know, because my buddy Mike has always wanted a 2GS, and if it works, he would absolutely go crazy. He'd love that thing. He was having a blast when he was over playing around with it, so. Alright, our last capacitor is in. We have some green around these chips here. Which is probably not a good sign, because it's so close to this capacitor here. Oh. 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 Let's look at this. Yeah, I know you said you had some IIcx and junk to give me, or stuff that you didn't care about. I'm not far from him, so if you want to drop off at his place or my place, whatever works for you. Yes, I have the G3, G4s. All of them seem to work. One has a dead hard drive, but nothing terrible. So I want to show you guys something. Where's my cursor? There it is. So I think I found a potential problem. Okay, so, where was I? Here, look at that trace. Okay, great. Yeah, just give me a heads up so I know not to leave it in at his place too long. It looks like there's a trace going from here to there. That is nice and corroded. So what I'm going to do is try and clean that up. I don't know if I could leave this pointed directly where I want, because this microscope is not the best here. But I am saving up for a better one, which means anything better than this. Oh, come on. Maybe? Because I need to look through it too to find out what's going on here. There we go. Pretty good. Alright, so continuity mode on my multimeter here. This may explain why it wasn't happy. And it is kind of close to that capacitor. So, alright, so this line, where does this actually go here? Here? Maybe? It is actually still making contact, which is very surprising. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, it makes continuity, but yeah, let's. Yeah, so this looks like it's going. It's really hard to see. Is it going like under this? I really can't tell. Of course, I just put the capacitor there, so that's not entirely helpful. But I am removing the green marks. Yeah, let me brush that up a little bit. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, it looks like it does go like right under that capacitor. I might be able to scrape that off there. Where does it go, though? That's my question. I mean, I know it goes to this pin, but I don't know if the trace goes like up and this way, or if it goes. It looks like it goes here, and then I see. Yeah, looking at the microscope here. I'm guessing that. Would that be correct? Let's see. Yeah, because there's green gunk on the legs on the top of the chips, not necessarily the bottom at all. Of this little chip here, this little advanced microsystems chip here. I don't know if like some cap juice got under it at one point or what. I mean, this is the only cap that's really close to it. Yeah. That's okay. I mean, since this was making a connection, I'm not like thinking this was the exact problem or anything, but I guess I will still just tin it at least. It's really hard for me to see here. Okay, yeah, no worries, man. I'm at your leisure. I know you said you're moving soon, so I'll make myself available. But I know I don't want to keep you waiting or anything. Something tells me I should remove this capacitor. Make it a lot easier. Yeah, I just want to get to the full trace because that's what I'm concerned about here. There we go. We will use that capacitor again. Okay. Yeah, we could see that much better now. I don't want to have to do anything else to this machine again. That's the whole point of this. Okay, let's fix what we can. So let's it didn't work, Bruce. We found a trace that I'm just tinning here it was just all goopy. It was making contact, but we need to expose some more copper there, I believe. But yeah, it has continuity. That's way too much. Yeah, I'm an idiot. It's just so late that I'm not even freaking thinking at this point. Oh boy. Thank you, Dana. There we go. Much better. There's a lot of things I could use. I'm going to be very careful with this capacitor because, of course, now there's something right there I don't want it to touch. So. It's not. What? Ah, Jesus. Yeah, I'm at this point. It has continuity. I'm putting the cap there. I can always take it off again. I want to test this thing. I want to go to bed. That tested continuity as well on the other side. All right. There we go. It looks silver to me. The way the light is hitting it on this silly microscope may not make it look like that, but Okay, okay, okay. I do not have solder mask. That's on my shopping list. Um, ugh, all this gunk here. What are you crying about, cat? Go back upstairs. It's like midnight. Go away. Cat, go back upstairs. The cat's like standing at the top of the basement stairs yelling at me. Silly cat. Silly cat. Probably hears meowing. Yeah. Upstairs. Now. Don't make me chase after you. That works for me. That works for me too. Alright, let's test this darn thing. Get off my bench. I need to stretch. Jeez. Oh boy. Well, that sounds like an interesting project, Pseudos. Alright, let's get all this junk out of the way. It's not the prettiest board, but you know what? If it works, that'll be pretty cool. Yeah? Let me just test the continuity on this one. I think that's the only one we did not test before. I'm still getting the weird things I was getting before of it like being bridged in one or two places, but let's just try it. Why not? Okay, so we got our graphics card, we got our case, we have our board slid in, we have our power supply here, we have our graphics card in slot 1. Alright. Oh boy, we have our video cable plugged in. We're going to test it, guys, for those of you who are just not watching but listening. We are about to test this bad boy. Again, ADB cable in. And power cable in. Oh, wrong end. With any luck, hopefully this would work. This is an Aztec. I think I have a TDK one as well. Alright, here goes nothing. Of course, I forgot to plug the speaker back in, so it's not chiming. And... you serious? Well, it is recapped, so... let's plug the speaker in. So the capacitors have been replaced. There still must be a problem somewhere on a chip or at the board level or something. Let's put the speaker back in so it will hopefully chime. It does chime. Oh yeah, the Mac84 peeps. They're pretty cool too. Yeah, at this point, there must be a bad trace somewhere, or something that's bridged or something. Yeah, I mean, I'll try another adapter, but I know this adapter worked on the other Mac I used with the same video card, so I'm not really expecting that to be the problem, but tried everything else, might as well try that. Hello, Matt. Hopping on before you go to bed. Well, unfortunately, I wish I had better progress to share with you, but after recapping everything, we are still having no luck with our NuBus slots here and our video card. Cat, stop! At least we got a chime, which is nice, but you can't really do anything without video. Try another video card. Why not? This RAM is known good and working in the 2CI, so should be fine. And these video cards worked in the Macintosh too, so those should be fine. I wonder if there's like... Hold on. I wonder if, like, if I filled all three of the NuBus card slots, like, it would bridge something that's disconnected. I don't know. Let's see. We have a networking card here. Let's see if any of the lights on this networking card turn on when it boots up, huh? If this wants to go in. Oh, there's a bent pin. Of course there is. Never had to do this on a NuBus card before, but guess there's a first time for everything. Alright, see you, Dana. Thanks for hanging around. Appreciate it. Have a good night, man. Alright, let's see. Oh, well, of course there's no network light on this card, so that doesn't help me now, does it? Let's see. Oh, there is a network light. Hold on. Right there. So, some power is getting to the NuBus cards. That is something interesting to see. Let's turn this off. I did put the video card in that slot. I have another network card here. It does respond to the disk. I know that from 2017 when I was last playing around with this machine. So there's just something wrong with the way it is trying to send video signals or something. So what I will do is I will put that network card in each one and see if that LED light lights up. Because if it does, that's good. If it doesn't, I guess that's bad, but yeah, I will move them around pseudos and try that. I'm just curious at this point. Yes, I did try an Apple CRT back in 2017, but I don't believe that would be the issue, because these monitor adapters worked on the Mac too. Alright, so we got a power, we got a little LED on that slot as well. Come on. And we got an LED on that slot as well. I'll get a CRT. There's one right over there. I really doubt it's going to make a difference. At this point, why the heck not? For our dual networking purposes, we have 2 network cards in here. Yeah, I don't think it's a monitor problem. I don't even know if we have space to put a monitor on this desk right now. Oh, jeez. Oh, I've been sitting way too long, dudes. Alright, let's find out where we're going to put our monitor here. Excuse me for a moment. I'm going to have to move some of these things because I'll probably put the monitor on this little table here. Move this back a little bit. Alright, Bruce. Wish me luck. Let's hope a frickin' CRT is all this little Macintosh ever wanted. Let's throw away all these yucky solder braids that are all disgusting. Sorry, the microphone is right next to the CRT, but that's where we could place it right now. Let's hope this doesn't blow up, okay? Ugh. You can actually display the video from the DB15 port on the iMac. Greg Rucke tested that app. Alright, let's turn this on. Plug it into video. Who knows? Maybe something different will happen. It helps when the power cord's plugged in. The CRT is on and we are not getting a signal. Yeah, so it's not the VGA adapter or the VGA monitor. Yeah. At least the Nubus cards are getting some power because I see that little LED on the network card. So that's good to know. Try a different card again. I mean, I'm really doubting that it's an issue with the card slots at this point. There's probably a trace somewhere. Something wrong with something. I mean, I'm going to plug one monitor into one card and one monitor into the other. There's no onboard video on the 2CX, unfortunately. So yeah, what Bruce said. So we have video going to here, and we're getting nothing. Yeah, the 2CI onboard video, no problem, but this, no. At least, yeah, so, alright, let's unplug this. An oscilloscope or a microscope? I do have one. I have no idea where it is, and well, I have an idea where it is. It's in the garage. I don't have the leads for it, so that won't help. Should probably invest in a better one. Yes, it's just the power supply, the logic board, and the cards. At one point a few years ago, I did plug in a floppy disk drive, and it sounded like it was trying to boot from the disk. I'm willing to do that again, because why the heck not? Where's my floppy disk drive? Here. And I have a longer cable somewhere, but this should work. Yeah, we could do our SCSI 2SD. And the card's not in there. Lovely. Here we go. And we need our SCSI cable, which went where? Darn it. Here it is, right here. There's always things just hiding behind things here. Alright, so here. I don't think we need to power it, but where'd the power cable go for this machine? We had it in here. Alright, so here's our SCSI 2SD adapter here. We should get some sort of activity when we turn this thing on. I didn't touch it and it turned on by itself. That's probably not a good sign, is it? Yeah, it's SCSI 2SD adapter is blinking. Like it's booting up. I bet you if I enabled Apple Talk and plugged a network adapter in here, I could probably remotely connect to it or something. Yeah, it's booting up. There's just, I mean, just to humor you guys, I'll plug a monitor back in to one of these. Let me use the little black adapter because I know that works for sure. Yeah, I was assuming it was maybe capacitor related. And in 2017, when I recapped this with, yeah, probably not the best capacitors, but they were capacitors, um, it gave me the same trouble. So, I'll have to look over the board very carefully, see if I'm seeing anything bad, but I'm honestly not. I've tried a different power supply. I've tried different video cards. I'm just really at a loss here. Yeah, no worries, Jay. Yeah, that goes for everyone. If you guys gotta run, you gotta run. Don't worry about it. I appreciate you sticking around this long. And I'm frustrated that it's not working myself, but... Did this time we not even get that going? Let's see. Yeah, no, that's going. No, I'm not gonna put anything in the oven. That's a big no-no. All I'm gonna do is take this out, excuse me, and just inspect the board one more time. Just see if I see anything, but... Yeah, it's not my Discord server, but it's a Discord server where other people that follow me tend to hang out. Yeah, Mac84 is a podcast every Thursdays that I'm a part of. Every Thursdays at 8 p.m. Let's take a look at this damn thing. Oh, where's my flashlight? I'm just looking over everything, make sure I didn't miss anything obvious or anything that looks green or anything like that. I mean, the only corrosion was around that trace. It was making continuity. I will check the opposite side of the board just in case. I mean, we do have some of those capacitors that are saying they're whatchamacallit, have continuity, but can't see any obvious reason why they would be problematic. Yeah, I'm gonna stop the stream in a second. I'm just looking around here. there are multiple layers to this board. It could be something just that I can't even see, unfortunately. I see a little capacitor that's no longer there. Hey, wait a second. I don't know what the heck the value is. It's one of these little tiny guys. Hold on, guys. I think I may have found something. I think I may have found something. Let me look at the... Where's the 2CX? 2CI. Let me look at the 2CI board. Let me see if this is the same on the 2CI board. Let's see if it could be as simple as that. I mean, the 2CI board's a little different, but where's the from? Yeah, there should be something there. There should. I mean, this is different enough where I can't confirm it just by looking at the board, but this is my gut instinct, feeling, whatever you want to call it. And I'll show you 1 second on the microscope. Put my glasses back on. Bruce, you may want to see this. Where's the microscope? Here we go. So, I was looking at the back of the board here. And I'm just looking, just like someone normally would inspect something. And what I noticed is, you see these tiny little capacitors here? One of them, C45, here's C56. C45 is missing. And there looks like there was some glue, like where it was held at a component level at one point. But it's gone. And C27 and everything else in these rows are there. Now if I switch it over, I believe, and it says it right there, these are the ROMs. These are the ROM dips or whatever it says on the board. So one of the capacitors is not there for this. It's on every single other one except this one. And why I think there should be something there is because there's a little, and again I have to focus, I apologize. There's a little blob there. No, I mean, this board, this could either be my family's original 2CX or the original or a different 2CX, and it wouldn't surprise me if that fell off. But I mean, those solder joints do look kind of smooth, though. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm picking at straws here at this point. Oh, sorry. It's not meant to have a component there. Okay. I just find that interesting because it's on every other of the ROM sims there. So, alright, yeah, I mean, that does look pretty clean. So, I don't know if it would have fallen off because again, that does look very clean. Bruce has a good point there. Yeah, I'm just like grasping at anything I could think of here. Because to me, I cannot see... There is no other unpopulated areas on this board. So unless I find another picture of a 2CX on the underside, I will ask somebody to take a picture of it. So at least I have something to go on. I will ask in the user forums. Oh, I do see another unpopulated one. C17. I had to open my big mouth and say there wasn't any. Focus. There we go. There's another one. But that doesn't have any like paste on the bottom of it. But who knows? Yeah, so. Huh. 1, 2. Is there any others on the board that I could spot? I do not believe so. So, yeah. I will ask the question online just to see if anybody who has one of these is aware of it. But I would assume that because I've had them fall off before, and they're usually like dangling by a thread, or you could tell. But all right, guys. Well, that's just what I wanted to share. That's the only thing I figured out. I'm gonna probably keep tinkering around with this. Yeah, I don't know, because the power supply, I've switched it, and this power supply works fine in the 2CI. So if that wasn't the case, I would say maybe it's the power supply. But at this point, I really don't know what to think. So yeah, and C30 is unpopulated too. But all these unpopulated ones don't have that little thing in it. So all right, I'm gonna make a little list. I'm gonna post on one of the Facebook groups, and I'm gonna see if anybody else with the 2CX has the capacitors missing in those areas. Who knows? Maybe that's a thing. Alright guys, well, I appreciate you hanging out. Oh! I just thought of something. Hold on, one second. Sorry. Let's see. Hold on. I have an idea. Hold on. Last thing I'm trying tonight. Last thing. Oh. This has the ROM chip for the 2CX. Maybe it wants to work. Who knows? Might be able to tell us if there's a problem. I'm not sure, but it's worth a shot. So, let's put this back in its case for a hot second here. My pin fell off. Alright, let's just put this guy in here. Alright, last thing I'm trying for the night, guys, but I'm very curious if this tech step will tell us anything that we don't already know about our friend the Macintosh 2CX here. Alright, so we need our ADB cable plugged in. That goes in there. We need our serial cable plugged in, which goes, that was printer. Go to printer. We have another serial cable. Go to modem. This will go to modem. And then we have our SCSI cable. Okay. Let's turn the tech step. Oh, we have to put the CPU test in there. Let's turn this on. Is the battery not in? What's going on? Oh. Why isn't this thing turning on? Come on. Don't tell me like I left down the battery and went dead, because I just put a new battery in. It should shut itself off. Ugh. Well, that's frustrating. I just had a fresh battery in here. Oh boy. This is not my night, guys. I mean, when is it? But this especially is not. Alright, well, get a battery, I guess. I mean, I think there's one over here. Two batteries up here. Let's hope one of them has enough of a charge just to turn it on here. Oh, well, one of the connectors looks a little wonky, but that shouldn't have caused that. But let's try. Alright, well, none of these batteries want to work, which is a little concerning because one of them was brand new at one point. Let me just clean this a little bit because there's like gunk all over this, which is not good. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it just wasn't making a good connection with the battery or something. This is the last thing I wanted to try because it's actually could potentially help us. I see a very faint red light on here. Let me try the other battery, I guess. I don't know why that would... Unless someone wants to remind me how to test a battery with my multimeter. At least with the other battery we've got a little bit of a light, but this one, nothing. Do I run upstairs and find another battery? I think not. Oh, Jay. I mean, where are the... Here. I don't know what setting to put this thing on. I don't want to break the battery or anything either. Well, I don't freaking know anymore, dudes. Sorry. This... Yeah, you can't win them all. Not all of them want to work. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, the wind is going out of my sails. I'm going upstairs to get a battery. This is going to drive me nuts. I don't know why the... I guess it was on and it... I'm mumbling. Okay. Found battery. Let's see if this stupid thing works. Yay, it turns on. Alright. Alright, let's do this. So, we have our little tech step gizmo here. And what this will do is it'll hopefully give us some sort of information. Turn on. Test, blah, blah, blah. Yes. We have 2CX. Power. Now let's test logic. Test everything. Start. SCSI termination missing. Terminate bus. CPU powered on. Initiating test manager via SCSI mode. Communications established. CPU is in test manager mode. All logic tests passed. RAM test pass. Address test passed. Sims test. Pass. VIA test. Passed. Clock test. Pass. PRAM test. Pass. SCC test. Okay, so let me show you what this is doing. Oh, come on. Get off of the tripod. So this is running these tests here. I don't know what SCC means. Maybe serial or something. Fail. I don't know what that is though. SCC. What the heck is SCC? Well, I'll have to look in the booklet. I guess it's just going to stop there because it failed. I would assume it would say SCSI if it meant SCSI. But I mean, it's connected to the machine via SCSI and talking to it, so. Sydney City Council. Yes, Bruce. I'm sure that's exactly what it is. Yeah, see, everything else it likes. The address test and everything. I'm going to turn it off. And you just... Come on, you can do better than that. I have to go all the way over and use my mouse. And go to the control panel. I can't... The dock I can't see because the frickin' Mac is in the way. Oh, come on. There we go. And let's go to our webcam and our settings and set the focus to manual because this webcam can be a pile of garbage sometimes. There we go. Yeah, that's good enough. So 6, and let's go to Logic 4, and we'll just do the let's do the SCSI test 5. Passed. Okay. Let's test swim, whatever that is. Passed. Okay. FPU. Passed. 68882 installed. Home. Sound. Well, I don't have any sound plugs connected to it, so we'll probably fail. Yeah. ADB. Let's test ADB. Yeah, because port 2 is not connected. Serial communications controller. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if that printer port being messed up like that would have shorted something. It probably hurt the machine somehow. I would not be surprised. Oh, I'm an idiot. Hold on. Let's turn this off. That's right, because this stupid printer port's not connected to anything. So let me take that out. And if it says that one passes and one fails, then we'll know why. That's right, because this printer port doesn't work. So that's why it would say that's bad. Ugh, I'm an idiot. No, yeah, Jay, it's just this printer port is bad on here, so that's why it would say that that's the problem. It doesn't give us any I got excited there, but no, it's not the test I wanted to do. Yeah, check prior connect. Yeah, so yeah, that little AMD port had some green around it, but also that I cleaned that off, and the printer port here is the one that doesn't have anything connected to it. So, alright, well, I'm going to end it here, guys. This has been nothing but fun, but obviously there's something wrong with this unit, and I don't think we're going to figure it out at 1 a.m. here, so let alone 1:30 a.m. So I'm going to put the camera back on the tripod here. We're going to turn the manual focus back, autofocus back on. Check your text. Oops, sorry. Okay, that big chip is the SCC chip. Well, I'll just take a look at what that is, but I don't think that's going to immediately help us here. Let's make sure this is off so we don't run down our battery again. But yeah, system ROM. It's a very weird diagram, but yeah. Shoot. Swim chip. This board layout looks very different. Oh, you're on an LC2 board, but yeah. I see what you mean by SCC chip, but yep, it's something's busted, and that's all I can determine right now. So 5 hours. I'm cutting it off. See you guys. It's been fun. I appreciate all your support and all your help and all your comments and sticking it through here. But yeah, it's been a night, and we're gonna say goodnight. So thanks. Maybe this will work again next time. It's been educational at the very least. So thank you again as I struggle to find the end stream button. But it has been a pleasure. So have a good night, guys, and I'll catch you next time. See you later.